Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The Mojave Desert stretched endlessly beneath a sky painted in fading hues of amber and crimson, the setting sun casting long shadows across the cracked earth. Heat still radiated from the hardened ground, though the approaching evening promised the desert's characteristic temperature drop that would soon envelop travelers in the merciful cool of night. Dusk particles danced in the remaining light, swirling in gentle eddies stirred by the occasional breeze that whispered through the scattered scrub brush and weathered yucca plants. Along a road that had once been a major highway before the bombs fell, a caravan moved with measured purpose. Two lumbering Brahmin pulled weathered wagons, their dual heads swaying in different directions as they plodded forward with patient resignation. The wagons themselves were marvels of wasteland engineering. Pre-war truck chassis reinforced with salvaged metal, wooden additions carefully crafted to maximize cargo capacity while maintaining structural integrity against the harsh demands of desert travel. Surrounding this procession walked the mercenary team known in settlements across the Mojave as the Crimson Runners. 5 figures moved in disciplined formation, their positioning reflecting years of experience protecting valuable cargo through dangerous territory. Unlike the chaotic, aggressive presence of raiders, the mercenaries moved with practiced efficiency, alert but not tense, weapons ready but not brandished, their vigilance projecting capable protection rather than nervous anticipation. Elias Cooper led the team from the front right position, his weathered leather armor bearing subtle markings that identified him as the group's commander without broadcasting the fact to potential hostiles. A former NCR ranger who had found military structure too constraining for his independent nature, Cooper had spent the last 12 years building the Runners into one of the most respected mercenary outfits in the region. His face, tanned by countless hours under the unforgiving sun, remained calm despite the constant assessment his eyes made of the terrain ahead. Ridgelines clear, he noted, voice pitched to reach his team without carrying unnecessarily across the open desert. We should make Canyon Pass before full dark. Sarah, verify our rear approach remains secure. Sarah Diaz, the team's scout and long-range specialist, acknowledged with a subtle hand signal before turning to scan their back trail through modified binoculars. Her equipment, like that of each team member, reflected the runner's philosophy of practical quality. Well-maintained and functional rather than ostentatious. Reliability prioritized over intimidation value. The scope she used had been carefully salvaged from a pre-war military outpost, its optics meticulously restored by a Brotherhood scribe who owed the Runners for safe passage years earlier. No pursuit signatures, she confirmed after completing her assessment. Dust patterns normal for evening wind. We remain alone on this stretch. The caravan's leader, a merchant named Reeves, whose trade routes connected several smaller settlements to the New Vegas region, walked near the lead Brahmin with the weary determination of someone who had made this journey many times before. Unlike some caravan operators who remained perpetually nervous despite hired protection, Reeves displayed the quiet confidence of experience, trusting his mercenary team to handle security while he focused on navigation and Brahmin management. "Canyon Pass has good water this season," he offered as Cooper fell into step beside him. "Spring's running stronger than I've seen in years, should make for a comfortable night camp." Cooper nodded acknowledgement, though his attention remained primarily focused on their surroundings rather than conversation. The Crimson Runners had earned their reputation through consistent success rather than dramatic engagements. Their preference for careful route selection and vigilant observation preventing most potential conflicts before they developed. When violence became unavoidable, they addressed it with precise application of force rather than wasteland brutality, another factor distinguishing them from typical mercenary bands. Daniel Ross walked at the caravan's left flank, his modified combat shotgun carried with the comfortable familiarity of a long-trusted tool. The youngest member of the team at 28, Ross had joined the runners 4 years ago after proving his worth during a challenging escort through territory contested by multiple raider groups. His previous experience with a less disciplined mercenary outfit made him particularly appreciative of the runners' methodical approach to operations, the structure providing security his earlier work had lacked. "Formation looks good," he observed, addressing Marcus Webb, who maintained right flank position opposite him. "Tighter than yesterday. Brahmins seem to be settling into the rhythm." Webb acknowledged with a nod, his own attention divided between perimeter awareness and subtle evaluation of their newest team member who guarded the caravan's rear position. Webb had served with Cooper longest among the current team, their partnership stretching back nearly a decade through countless operations. This experience had cultivated an almost intuitive coordination between them, allowing complex tactical adjustments with minimal verbal communication. Taking rearguard position walked Nadia Voss, the most recent addition to the Crimson Runners. Her inclusion had come at Webb's recommendation after working alongside her during a joint operation 6 months earlier, her combat skills and tactical awareness impressing him as alignment with their team's methodical approach. The current caravan escort represented her third mission with the runners, her integration into their established protocols proceeding smoothly thus far. "Approaching narrowing terrain," Cooper noted, as the relatively open desert began transitioning toward the rocky formations that marked the approach to Canyon Pass. "Standard constriction formation. Webb advanced to forward right. Ross maintained left coverage with extended perimeter. Sarah elevated position when available for maximum visibility. Voss close distance to rear wagon for consolidated defense." The team adjusted positions with practiced efficiency, their movements reflecting the subtle choreography of experienced professionals rather than rigid military formality. This fluidity had served them well over years of operation, allowing adaptation to rapidly changing circumstances without sacrificing the coordinated defense that ensured caravans' safety. Unlike raiders who typically relied on overwhelming aggression or numerical advantage, the runners' effectiveness stemmed from disciplined coordination and situational awareness. As they approached the more enclosed terrain leading to Canyon Pass, the landscape transformed gradually from open desert to rocky outcroppings that created natural channeling along the ancient road. Weathered formations of sandstone and harder minerals shaped by nuclear winds and irradiated rain over centuries created an almost sculptural quality to the surrounding environment. Nature's patient artistry reclaiming human infrastructure through geological persistence. The caravan continued its steady progress. As shadows lengthened and deepened around them, the sun now disappeared behind western mountains, though its light still painted the sky in gradually darkening watercolors. Temperature dropped perceptibly with each passing minute, the desert's harsh heat giving way to evening coolness that brought welcome relief after the day's journey. Brahman moved with slightly more energy as conditions improved, their plodding gait finding marginally increased pace toward the promised rest ahead. Sarah had taken position atop a rocky outcropping that provided excellent visibility of both their approach route and the narrowing passage ahead. Her elevation offered tactical advantage beyond ground-level observation, allowing earlier detection of potential threats while providing superior firing position if defense became necessary. The team maintained communication through subtle hand signals, visible to each other but not obvious to potential observers, another protocol that distinguished professional mercenaries from wasteland amateurs. "Pass entrance clear," she signaled, after careful observation through her scope. No evidence of recent encampment or ambush positioning. Water source confirms active, as reported. Cooper acknowledged this intelligence with appreciation. The runner's operational philosophy emphasized information acquisition over reactive response. Knowing what lay ahead allowed strategic approach rather than tactical scrambling when surprised. This methodology had prevented countless potential engagements over the years, the team's comprehensive awareness enabling route adjustments that avoided unnecessary confrontation. "We'll establish standard overnight defensive position," he decided, communicating this to Reeves with a brief explanation. "Natural rock formations provide good coverage on 3 sides. We'll establish watch rotation with overlapping fields of observation. Should be a quiet night if current conditions hold." The caravan reached Canyon Pass as true dusk settled over the Mojave. The narrow entrance opening to a protected basin, approximately 60 yards across, where ancient flash floods had carved a natural depression that now collected precious water from underground springs. Smooth stone surfaces surrounded a pool approximately 15 feet in diameter, its water remarkably clear compared to many wasteland sources. Scattered around this central feature were the remains of previous travelers' camps. Stone fire rings, areas cleared of debris for sleeping, even crude benches fashioned from fallen rock slabs. With practiced efficiency, the caravan transformed from traveling configuration to overnight encampment. Brahmin were unhitched and led to water, their contented lowing echoing softly against canyon walls as they drank deeply after the day's exertion. Wagons were positioned to create partial defensive barrier where natural rock formations left openings, and the merchant crew, 4 individuals besides Reeves himself, began establishing camp with the routine competence of experienced travelers, while the Crimson Runners established security perimeter and conducted thorough assessment of their surroundings. Cooper supervised this transition with quiet authority, ensuring comprehensive security while avoiding unnecessary restrictions that might create tension with the merchant team. The runners had learned through experience that balanced protection served their reputation better than oppressive control. Merchants who felt reasonably comfortable within necessary security measures were more likely to hire them for future operations and recommend their services to others. "Water tested clean," Webb reported after conducting standard contamination assessment. "Radiation levels minimal, no chemical indicators present, safe for consumption and reserve filling." This positive evaluation improved everyone's spirits noticeably. Clean water represented one of the wasteland's most precious commodities. The opportunity to both drink freely and replenish travel reserves, adding significant value to the location. Merchant crew members filled purification containers, while the runners maintained vigilant perimeter observation, the complementary activities establishing comfortable rhythm for the evening encampment. As night fully claimed the desert, temperatures continued their steady decline toward the cool comfort that made Mojave travel possible. Stars emerged in breathtaking profusion across the darkened sky, their ancient light undiminished by the world's nuclear transformation. Within the sheltered confines of Canyon Pass, small cooking fires came to life, their gentle illumination creating pools of warm light against surrounding darkness. The atmosphere transformed gradually from the vigilant tension of travel to the more measured alertness appropriate for secure overnight rest. The mercenary team established regular watch rotation, positions carefully selected to provide overlapping observation without creating isolated vulnerability. Cooper took first watch alongside Ross, their positions at opposite sides of the encampment allowing comprehensive coverage of potential approach vectors. Sarah would relieve Cooper in 4 hours, Webb replacing Ross, with Voss and Cooper handling final watch before dawn departure. This schedule ensured each team member received adequate rest while maintaining uncompromised security throughout the night. Conversations developed naturally around cooking fires as evening meals were prepared from traveling rations, supplemented by fresh water. The merchant crew shared information about conditions in settlements further along their route, valuable intelligence for the runners' situational awareness. In exchange, the mercenaries offered observations about terrain they had recently traversed during previous contracts, potential hazards or resources worth noting for future merchant journeys. This information exchange represented another aspect of the runners' professional approach, recognizing that comprehensive awareness benefited everyone in the wasteland's challenging environment. Unlike mercenary groups who maintained artificial information scarcity to increase dependency, Cooper believed that mutual benefit created stronger business relationships and ultimately more sustainable operations. Their reputation for both protection capability and reasonable collaboration had contributed significantly to their consistent contract opportunities. As night deepened toward its middle hours, the encampment settled into quiet routine. Watch positions remained vigilantly maintained while off-duty personnel rested, preparing for their rotation or recovering from the day's travel exertions. The merchant crew likewise entered rest cycles, though Reeves maintained brief check-ins with Cooper throughout the evening. The collaborative leadership of caravan and protection detail ensuring coordinated operation. During one such conversation, Cooper noticed unusual tension in the merchant's demeanor. Subtle indicators beyond normal travel concern or business preoccupation. His years of experience reading people in high-pressure situations had developed acute awareness of behavioral changes that might indicate undisclosed complications. Rather than direct confrontation, he chose casual conversation to explore potential issues. Water access makes this location ideal, he observed, giving Reeves natural opening to share any concerns. We've used Canyon Pass regularly for years. Defensible, good resources, natural shelter from most weather patterns. Only significant risk comes from occasional raid scorpion clutches in the higher crevices, but they rarely descend to water level unless disturbed. Reeves nodded agreement, though his expression remained troubled despite Cooper's reassurance about location security. After a moment's hesitation, he responded with carefully measured words. The pass has always served well. I've made this run 16 times in the past 5 years. Never encountered significant trouble here. It's further ahead that concerns me this trip. Cooper waited patiently, allowing Reeves space to elaborate rather than pressing for information. His experience with merchants had taught the value of this approach. Most would share legitimate concerns when given appropriate opportunity, rather than direct questioning that might suggest distrust. Loads different this time, Reeves continued eventually, voice lowered though no one else remained near enough to overhear. Some specialized equipment in the second wagon, medical technology according to the shipping manifest, valuable enough that certain parties might have specific interest beyond normal raider opportunism. This disclosure immediately adjusted Cooper's threat assessment, though his expression remained thoughtfully neutral rather than alarmed. Specialized cargo, particularly medical technology, carried different risk profiles than standard trade goods, potentially attracting targeted interception rather than random raider activity. Such operations typically involved better organization, planning, and execution than common wasteland predation. Might have been worth mentioning during contract negotiation, Cooper noted without accusation, his tone remaining conversational. Changes our approach planning when cargo attracts specialized attention rather than opportunity raiders. Reeves had the grace to look slightly embarrassed, despite his veteran trader status. Contract came through normal channels, but with unusual confidentiality requirements. Only learned full cargo details myself after departure from last settlement. Paying premium rates, which I've passed to your team accordingly, but requested minimal disclosure about specific contents. Cooper considered this information with the measured assessment that characterized his leadership style. While the delayed disclosure represented less than ideal operational transparency, the situation remained within manageable parameters. Adjusted security protocols would address the elevated risk profile without requiring fundamental approach changes. The Crimson Runners had handled similar situations successfully in past operations. We'll adjust accordingly, he assured Reeves after brief consideration. Increase vigilance through the narrow canyon sections beyond Red Rock, possibly modify our route to avoid predictable choke points where specialized interception would be most likely. The team can handle it, but I appreciate knowing now rather than discovering through engagement. This conversation subtly shifted Cooper's perception of their current operation, though nothing in his demeanor would indicate this to casual observation. His experienced mind began calculating adjusted risk assessment, considering team positioning modifications, alternative routes where available, contingency responses if targeted interception occurred. The Crimson Runners' reputation had been built on successful adaptation to unexpected complications, their methodical flexibility allowing effective response without compromising core security objectives. As Cooper resumed his watch position after concluding conversation with Reeves, he observed Webb in quiet conversation with Voss near the caravan's secured cargo wagons. Their body language suggested normal, professional discussion rather than operational concern, though Cooper noted subtle indicators of increased familiarity compared to previous missions. The natural rapport development expected as team members worked together over time. Effective mercenary teams balance professional distance with necessary trust, finding appropriate relationship equilibrium that supported operational effectiveness without creating compromising personal attachments. The night progressed toward its deepest hours, stars wheeling overhead in their ancient patterns, while the sheltered encampment maintained quiet vigilance within Canyon Pass. Watch rotation continued with practiced precision, each team member assuming position with comprehensive situational briefing from those they relieved. This disciplined continuity ensured uninterrupted security awareness despite personnel changes, another factor separating professional operations from amateur security attempts. Cooper took his rest period within calculated distance of the primary defensive position, close enough for immediate response, if needed, while far enough to achieve genuine recovery. Years of field operations had trained him to achieve restorative rest, despite maintained situational awareness, his mind processing environmental sounds and team movements even during sleep cycles. This cultivated capability allowed him to emerge from brief rest periods with refreshed focus, rather than the disorientation common to less experienced personnel. When Sarah gently activated him for final watch rotation shortly before pre-dawn, Cooper transitioned immediately to full alertness. Her brief status report confirmed continued secure conditions, no unusual wildlife movement, merchant crew maintaining appropriate encampment discipline, weather conditions stable with light breeze from the southwest. This comprehensive awareness represented the constant environmental processing that characterized the runner's operational methodology. Webb seemed concerned about something during his watch, Sarah noted, as they moved toward Cooper's assigned position. Nothing specific reported, but his attention kept returning to the cargo wagons more frequently than normal perimeter scanning would require. Cooper filed this observation without immediate comment. Webb's experience and judgment had proven reliable throughout their years working together, making unusual behavior potentially significant rather than concerning. If operational issues existed, Webb would report them directly when appropriate, rather than creating unnecessary alarm through premature disclosure. This trust in team members' professional discretion represented another cornerstone of the runner's effective coordination. The pre-dawn hours carried their own distinctive character in the Mojave. Temperature reaching its lowest point before sunrise renewal, nocturnal wildlife concluding hunting activities, while diurnal creatures remained dormant, a temporary stillness settling across the landscape during this transitional period. Cooper appreciated these quiet hours despite their heightened security vulnerability. The desert's patient indifference to human concerns offering perspective that kept operational challenges appropriately contextualized. As grey light gradually claimed the eastern horizon, the encampment stirred with quiet purpose. Merchant crew began morning preparations, while maintaining appropriate noise discipline, their routine efficiency reflecting appreciation for both their mercenary protection and the wasteland's persistent dangers. Brahmin were examined and prepared for travel, wagons inspected for any overnight mechanical issues, cooking fires carefully extinguished, leaving minimal evidence of human presence. Cooper gathered the Crimson Runners for brief operational planning before departure. Their circle formed slightly apart from merchant activities to allow appropriate discussion privacy. Each team member displayed the alert readiness that followed disciplined rest rotation. Their awareness focused on Cooper's forthcoming security adjustments, rather than previous shift fatigue. Cargo includes specialized medical technology, he informed them, without unnecessary elaboration, potentially attracting targeted interception rather than opportunity raiders. We'll adjust formation for concentrated defense rather than perimeter coverage once we exit canyon terrain. Sarah increased elevation frequency for advanced warning capability. Ross and Webb, tighter coordination with primary wagon containing specialized cargo. Voss, maintain rear security with particular attention to pursuit indicators rather than flank coverage. The team processed these adjustments with professional efficiency. Questions focused on practical implementation rather than unnecessary speculation about cargo specifics. This operational discipline represented years of cultivated experience, understanding that effective security required comprehensive awareness of relevant factors, without distraction by elements beyond their primary responsibility. Cooper had assembled team members who shared this philosophy, each bringing specialized capabilities within common methodological framework. Junction approach will be most vulnerable section, Webb noted. referring to a location approximately 4 hours ahead where their current route intersected with another major wasteland path. Natural choke point with limited visibility until fully committed to direction choice. Potential ambush location for anyone tracking the caravan movement. Cooper nodded agreement with this assessment. We'll send Sarah ahead for elevated reconnaissance before reaching the approach. If ambush indicators present, we have alternative routing through the dry riverbed that adds approximately 2 hours but avoids the junction entirely. With operational adjustments established, the team dispersed to preparation activities while Cooper briefed Reeves on their modified approach. The merchant accepted the changes without objection, his experienced understanding of wasteland travel making security adjustments reasonable expectation rather than concerning development. This cooperative relationship between caravan leadership and protection detail had contributed significantly to the operation's smooth progress, despite its potentially elevated risk profile. As dawn fully claimed the Mojave, the caravan departed Canyon Pass with disciplined efficiency. Brahmi moved with the renewed energy that followed proper rest and hydration, their handlers maintaining steady pace appropriate for the day's planned distance. Wagons rolled with the distinctive sound of wheels on ancient pavement, a rhythmic accompaniment to their progress that carried clearly through the morning's still air. The Crimson Runners assumed their adjusted formation with practiced coordination, each member positioning according to Cooper's security modifications without requiring micromanagement or continuous direction. This operational autonomy within established parameters represented the team's professional maturity, each member understanding both their individual responsibility and its relationship to collective security objectives. Unlike mercenary groups that relied on rigid command structures or continuous validation, the runners functioned through shared competence within common methodological framework. Their journey continued through gradually warming morning hours, the Mojave's harsh beauty revealing itself in changing light. Distant mountains stood in stark relief against the brightening sky, their ancient formations unaltered by human catastrophe. Despite radiation effects on surrounding ecology, occasional wildlife moved across the landscape, a coyote pack traveling along a distant ridgeline. Rad scorpions emerging briefly from subterranean shelter before retreating from increasing temperature. A lone Brahmin separated from domestication, returning to feral existence in unforgiving terrain. As they approached the junction Webb had identified as potential vulnerability, Cooper signaled Sarah to begin advance reconnaissance. She departed formation with practiced efficiency, her movement across broken terrain demonstrating the skilled navigation that made her exceptionally valuable for scouting operations. Her path took her toward elevated positions that would provide comprehensive visibility of the junction approach while maintaining concealment from potential observers. The perfect balance of observation capability and operational security. The main caravan continued steady progress while awaiting her reconnaissance report, though Cooper subtly adjusted their pace to ensure adequate assessment time before committing to the potentially vulnerable location. This balanced caution represented the runner's operational philosophy. Neither excessive hesitation that created its own vulnerability through predictability, nor reckless advancement that invited preventable engagement. After approximately 20 minutes, Sarah's return signal appeared from an elevated position ahead, the distinctive pattern indicating detected threat requiring route adjustment rather than normal advance. Cooper immediately signaled formation pause, the caravan halting with practiced coordination. As he moved forward to receive detailed assessment, 4 individuals established in covered positions overlooking the junction, Sarah reported upon rejoining the main group. her voice steady despite the potential complication. Equipment profiles suggests organized operation rather than opportunity raiders. Matching quality rifles, communication devices visible on at least 2 members, positioned for interlocking coverage of approach routes. Definitely waiting rather than traveling through. Cooper processed this intelligence with methodical thoroughness, evaluating options against operational objectives. The ambush configuration confirmed Reeves' concern about specialized cargo attracting targeted attention rather than random wasteland predation. While the Crimson Runners could potentially overcome such opposition through superior tactical coordination, their primary responsibility remained caravan protection, rather than unnecessary engagement when alternatives existed. "Riverbed route provides viable alternative?" he inquired, confirming contingency option. Sarah nodded confirmation. Reconnaissance from last season indicated stable surface conditions. Additional travel time, but avoids prepared positions entirely. They appear focused exclusively on junction control rather than wider search pattern. With assessment complete, Cooper briefed Reeves on the situation and recommended course adjustment. The merchant's expression showed momentary frustration at the delay, but quick acceptance of security priority over schedule efficiency. The balanced judgment that had made their working relationship successful through multiple contracts. "Adjusted route authorized," Reeves confirmed, already signaling his crew to prepare for the detour. "We've built schedule buffer specifically for security contingencies. Better delivery delay than cargo loss." The caravan shifted direction with practiced efficiency, moving away from the main route toward the dry riverbed Sarah had identified as viable alternative. This detour would add approximately 2 hours to their journey, but avoid direct confrontation with the waiting ambush. A reasonable trade in both tactical and business terms, given their operational priorities. The Crimson Runners adjusted formation to accommodate the different terrain characteristics, maintaining effective security coverage despite changed conditions. As they established distance from the original route, Cooper noted Webb engaged in brief conversation with Voss near the second wagon containing the specialized cargo. Their interaction appeared professionally appropriate, but notably focused on the secured container rather than general security discussion. While not immediately concerning, the observation registered within Cooper's situational awareness. Another data point in his comprehensive tracking of team dynamics and potential operational factors. Their journey continued through the alternative route, the dry riverbed providing reasonably traversable surface despite occasional challenges navigating its uneven terrain. The day's heat intensified as morning yielded to afternoon, the Mojave sun reclaiming its harsh dominance over the landscape. The caravan maintained steady progress despite these conditions, Brahmin handlers ensuring appropriate hydration, while mercenary team members rotated limited shade positions to prevent heat degradation of security effectiveness. When they eventually returned to the main route beyond the compromised junction, Cooper observed noticeable relief among the merchant crew. The successful navigation of potential threat without engagement representing ideal security outcome from their perspective. The Crimson Runners maintained consistent vigilance despite this positive development, understanding that wasteland operations required sustained attention rather than relaxation after single threat avoidance. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Cooper found opportunity for private conversation with Webb during standard formation adjustment. Their years working together had established communication patterns that allowed significant exchange through seemingly casual interaction, maintaining operational continuity while addressing potential concerns. "Noticed your interest in the specialized cargo," Cooper observed without direct questioning, providing opening for explanation if appropriate. Unusual equipment for standard merchant transport. Webb acknowledged with the subtle nod that characterized his typically economical communication style. Medical technology according to external markings. Advanced diagnostic equipment based on container configuration. Significant value to appropriate end users. This assessment aligned with Reeves' limited disclosure, though Cooper noted Webb's knowledge appeared more specific than general cargo awareness would typically provide. His trust in Webb's judgment prompted direct, rather than circuitous approach to potential concerns. "Something about this particular cargo troubling you?" he inquired, their relationship allowing such straightforward exchange without defensive reaction. Webb considered momentarily before responding, his expression thoughtful rather than evasive. "Not the cargo itself. Destination documentation indicates private research facility rather than settlement medical center. Raises questions about intended application versus stated purpose." This observation represented legitimate operational consideration rather than inappropriate curiosity. Throughout their years working together, Webb had demonstrated consistent ethical framework regarding cargo transport, comfortably providing security for legitimate commerce regardless of personal opinion about goods involved, but maintaining appropriate awareness of potential complications arising from misrepresented materials or destinations. Research applications remain valid use for medical technology, Cooper noted, though not dismissively. Private facilities often contribute significant advancement despite limited oversight. Agreed in principle, Webb acknowledged, just noting potential complication if interception attempts continue. Suggests motivated opposition with specific intelligence about cargo nature and routing. This exchange exemplified the balanced operational awareness that characterized the Crimson Runner's effectiveness, maintaining security focus without ignoring broader contextual factors that might influence threat assessment or response requirements. Cooper valued this comprehensive perspective among his team members, understanding that wasteland complexity often extended beyond immediate tactical consideration. Their conversation concluded as terrain changes required formation adjustment, the caravan approaching another section of narrowed passage that demanded modified security positioning. The team executed this transition with practiced coordination, each member adjusting to optimal coverage without requiring explicit direction. This operational fluidity represented years of cultivated experience, the silent choreography of professionals who understood both individual responsibility and collective security objectives. The day continued its gradual progression toward evening, shadows lengthening as the sun descended toward western mountains. The caravan maintained steady progress toward their planned overnight location, another relatively defensible position with water access, though less ideal than Canyon Pass had been. The consistent pace, despite their earlier route adjustment, meant arrival before full darkness, optimal for establishing secure encampment before visibility conditions degraded. As Cooper conducted standard perimeter assessment during their final approach to the overnight position, he observed Sarah in focused conversation with Voss near the rear of the formation. Their interaction appeared routine, but interested him specifically because Sarah rarely engaged in extended discussion during active movement, her attention typically remaining primarily focused on environmental awareness rather than team communication. The observation registered as another minor deviation from established patterns, though not immediately concerning, given both individuals' professional reliability. The encampment, established with practiced efficiency upon reaching their destination, transformed from traveling configuration to overnight defensive positioning through coordinated effort between merchant crew and mercenary team. Brahmin were secured in protected location, with access to limited water resources, wagons positioned to provide additional defensive structure where natural features left gaps, cooking stations established with appropriate fire discipline to minimize visibility from distance. Cooper assigned watch rotation, following their standard protocol, though with subtle adjustments based on his observations throughout the day. He paired Webb with Voss for middle watch, creating opportunity to observe their interaction directly, rather than through second-hand indicators. While conscious of potential overthinking ordinary team dynamics, his experienced intuition suggested subtle undercurrents worth monitoring without disruptive intervention. As night settled fully across the Mojave, the encampment found its evening rhythm. Quiet conversations around minimal cooking fires, maintenance activities conducted by soft light, preparation for the following day's journey. Cooper moved through these activities with casual purpose, maintaining leadership presence while conducting ongoing situation assessment. The merchant crew seemed less comfortable in this location compared to Canyon Pass, their behavior reflecting appropriate caution within unfamiliar surroundings despite mercenary protection. During his observation circuit, Cooper noticed Voss examining the secure cargo wagon during a moment when attention focused elsewhere. Her inspection appeared professional rather than suspicious, the appropriate vigilance of security personnel verifying protected assets, yet contained subtle urgency beyond routine checking. The observation triggered neither alarm nor immediate concern, but added another data point to his developing awareness of potential undercurrents within current operations. The evening progressed toward deeper night, watch rotation commencing as planned while off-duty personnel sought necessary rest within disciplined sleep cycles. Cooper took first watch alongside Ross, their positions providing complementary coverage of the encampment perimeter, while merchant crew gradually settled into sleep arrangements. The night sky revealed its extraordinary star field, countless points of light piercing absolute darkness, their ancient patterns unchanged by the world's nuclear transformation beneath them. When Webb and Voss assumed middle watch, Cooper appeared to settle into standard rest position, while actually maintaining partial awareness through discipline developed over years of field operations. He observed their initial watch coordination, positions established with appropriate coverage, communication protocols verified, handoff from previous watch completed with proper information transfer. Their professional behavior showed no immediate indication of concerning dynamics, their attention appropriately focused on security responsibilities rather than unnecessary conversation. Cooper had nearly concluded his subtle observation, preparing to transition to genuine rest cycle, when he noticed Webb approach the cargo wagon during routine perimeter circuit. This movement aligned with normal security checking and initially registered as appropriate vigilance rather than concerning behavior. However, the duration of Webb's attention to the secured cargo exceeded standard verification, suggesting more focused interest than routine confirmation would require. More significant was Voss's approach, moments later, timed to coincide with merchant crew sleep cycles and Cooper's presumed rest period. Their brief exchange occurred with intentionally minimized visibility, bodies positioned to shield potential observation of the wagon's secured access panel. While Cooper could not observe specific actions from his position, their body language suggested collaborative examination rather than coincidental interest. A coordinated effort rather than independent security checking. This observation transformed Cooper's assessment from general awareness to specific concern. While multiple interpretations remained possible, the demonstrated behavior pattern suggested potentially compromised cargo security rather than routine protection protocols. The timing, coordination, and apparent concealment effort indicated activity beyond normal mercenary responsibility, either unauthorized examination or potential preparation for later action. Cooper maintained his apparent rest position while processing this development, disciplined control preventing reactive response that might trigger premature confrontation. His experienced judgment recognized that immediate intervention, without comprehensive understanding, might escalate rather than resolve whatever situation was developing. The Crimson Runner's reputation had been built partially on measured response rather than reactive engagement, applying appropriate action based on complete assessment rather than initial indicators. When Webb and Voss separated to resume normal watch positions, Cooper waited several minutes before shifting to casual movement that might reasonably accompany a brief wakeful period during rest cycle. This natural-appearing transition allowed him to establish visual confirmation of cargo's security, verifying whether physical tampering had occurred during their examination, without alerting them to his awareness of their behavior. Brief inspection confirmed cargo seals remained intact, suggesting examination rather than actual tampering had occurred thus far. This provided critical operational information. Whatever interest Webb and Voss held in the specialized cargo remained observational, rather than having progressed to active interference. This distinction afforded Cooper valuable planning time, rather than requiring immediate defensive response to compromise security. He returned to rest position with disciplined casualness, mind processing potential explanations and appropriate responses while maintaining outward appearance of routine sleep cycle. Years of operational experience had taught the value of comprehensive assessment before action, understanding context and motivation before determining intervention approach, particularly when team members with previously demonstrated reliability were involved. The remaining hours until dawn provided Cooper opportunity for measured consideration rather than reactive planning. The situation suggested several possibilities. Webb and Voss might have legitimate concerns about cargo nature requiring verification before continued protection. They might possess additional information about destination or intended use, creating ethical hesitation. Or, most concerning, they might have external arrangement regarding cargo interception conflicting with contracted protection responsibility. When dawn approached and final watch rotation began, Cooper had formulated response approach based on balanced assessment rather than worst-case assumption. His leadership philosophy emphasized direct address of potential issues, rather than accumulated suspicion or indirect maneuvering. Clear communication, establishing shared understanding before determining necessary action. This approach had resolved numerous operational complications throughout the runner's history without unnecessary relationship damage or team cohesion compromise. As morning light gradually claimed the Mojave, Cooper gathered the team for standard pre-departure briefing, slightly earlier than usual routine would dictate. This minor schedule adjustment allowed appropriate conversation before merchant crew fully engaged in travel preparation, creating natural opportunity for necessary discussion without creating obvious confrontation scenario. Before we prepare departure, he began once the team had gathered in their usual briefing formation, I need to address potential complication regarding our contracted cargo. Observed unusual interest in the specialized containers last night, suggesting concerns beyond standard protection protocols. His direct but non-accusatory approach created immediate atmosphere shift. subtle tension indicating his observation had indeed identified meaningful behavior rather than coincidental activity. Webb's expression showed resigned recognition rather than defensive surprise, suggesting he had anticipated eventual discovery despite attempts at discreet examination. Medical equipment recovered from pre-war research facility, Webb explained, after momentary consideration, voice steady despite the uncomfortable disclosure. Recognized specialized container configuration from previous Brotherhood of Steel recovery operation. I provided security for before joining the runners. Destination facility has concerning connection to private research group previously investigated for unethical application of similar technology. Created legitimate question about our protection obligation versus potential misuse responsibility. This explanation aligned with Cooper's more optimistic assessment of possibility, rather than indicating outright betrayal of contract responsibility. Webb's established ethical framework remained consistent with this behavior, maintaining professional obligation while independently verifying concerning indicators, rather than ignoring potential complications. His approach reflected judgment rather than compromise, though operational communication should have prioritized direct disclosure to Cooper rather than independent investigation. Same facility contracted talent company Mercenaries 3 months ago, Voss added, her expression suggesting reluctant confirmation of Webb's assessment. Operation involved acquiring specialized research materials from Settlement Medical Center rather than legitimate purchase. I was approached for participation before joining the runners, declined due to civilian targeting involved in their extraction method. Recognized destination documentation yesterday during standard cargo verification. This additional context provided crucial operational understanding beyond merely questionable cargo examination. The corroborating information from 2 separate sources with different background experiences suggested legitimate concern rather than fabricated justification for unauthorized behavior. Their independent verification of potentially concerning destination created understandable hesitation despite contracted protection responsibility. Cooper processed this information with the measured consideration that characterized his leadership approach, neither dismissing legitimate ethical concerns nor accepting contract compromise without appropriate evaluation. The situation exemplified the complex reality of wasteland operations beyond simple transaction completion, balancing professional obligation against potential contribution to harmful outcomes through uncritical service provision. Legitimate concerns warrant direct discussion rather than independent investigation, he noted, voice firm but without harsh judgment. Operational integrity requires transparent communication within the team, particularly regarding potential contract complications. Independent action creates unnecessary security vulnerability, regardless of underlying justification, validity. This balanced response acknowledged their concerns' potential legitimacy, while establishing clear expectation regarding appropriate protocol for addressing such situations. Cooper's leadership philosophy recognized that effective mercenary operations required both ethical framework and operational discipline. Neither blind obedience to contract terms regardless of context, nor individual determination of mission parameters outside established team structure. We'll complete contracted delivery as established, Cooper continued after allowing brief reflection on his initial response. However, we'll conduct comprehensive intelligence gathering regarding destination facility and research application before accepting future contracts involving their operations. Ethical operation requires informed decision-making rather than arbitrary intervention or uncritical service provision. This determination represented Cooper's balanced approach to wasteland complexity. fulfilling current professional obligation while establishing framework for future decision-making based on comprehensive understanding rather than reactive intervention. The approach respected both the immediate responsibility to their current contract and the legitimate ethical considerations raised by trusted team members with verified information. Webb nodded acceptance of this determination, his expression reflecting respect for the balanced approach rather than resentment of the implicit correction regarding communication protocols. Appreciated and acknowledged regarding procedural expectations. Information warranted attention, but should have been brought forward through appropriate channels. Voss similarly acknowledged both the operational decision and communication expectation, her relatively recent addition to the team likely contributing to protocol uncertainty, despite otherwise sound judgment. Understood. Integration with established team communication standards requires adjustment from previous independent operating parameters. With immediate concern addressed through transparent communication rather than punitive response, Cooper transitioned to standard departure preparations, the day's security formation, anticipated terrain considerations, contingency planning for potential complications. The team engaged with professional focus, despite the recent tension, their collective discipline allowing appropriate attention to operational requirements regardless of underlying complexities. As the caravan prepared for departure, Cooper briefed Reeves regarding their conversation, maintaining appropriate transparency about security considerations while respecting contracted obligation. The merchant received this information with thoughtful consideration rather than defensive reaction, his experienced perspective recognizing the complex balance between service provision and ethical framework that characterized respected wasteland operations. Cargo responsibility remains with the contracted recipient, Reeves noted pragmatically. Our mutual obligation involves safe delivery rather than application oversight. However, I appreciate the professional courtesy of disclosure rather than undiscussed concerns potentially affecting security performance. This exchange represented the respectful partnership that had characterized their working relationship across multiple contracts. Mutual recognition of professional boundaries, while maintaining transparent communication about relevant operational factors. Unlike relationships built solely on transaction completion, their collaborative approach acknowledged the complex interdependence that sustainable wasteland operations required. The caravan departed with morning light fully established, Brahmin and wagons moving with renewed purpose after overnight rest. The Crimson Runners assumed formation with practiced efficiency, their professional discipline uncompromised by the earlier conversation's potential. Cooper observed their coordinated movement with quiet satisfaction, the team's response demonstrating the operational maturity that distinguished them from typical mercenary groups operating throughout the wasteland. As they continued their journey through the Mojave's harsh beauty, Cooper reflected on the broader implications of the morning's exchange. The wasteland's unforgiving reality created constant tension between survival pragmatism and ethical framework, between completing necessary transactions and maintaining principled boundaries that prevented complete moral compromise. Navigating this complex territory required both clear principles and appropriate flexibility, neither rigid idealism that invited practical failure nor uncritical accommodation that eroded fundamental values. The Crimson Runners had established their reputation through this balanced approach, reliable contract fulfillment combined with principled operation limits, professional competence without mercenary amorality. Their continued success depended on maintaining this careful equilibrium, addressing legitimate ethical concerns without compromising operational integrity or contractual obligation. The morning's exchange, while temporarily uncomfortable, had ultimately reinforced rather than undermined this foundational approach. The desert stretched endlessly before them as their journey continued, the horizon shimmering with heat rising from ancient pavement. Whatever complications awaited at their destination remained future consideration rather than immediate operational concern. For now, their responsibility focused on immediate protection, vigilant awareness, and reliable delivery. The professional commitment that had established their respected position among Mojave mercenary operations. As the Crimson Runners continued their journey across the sun-baked Mojave, another mercenary faced a different kind of challenge many miles away. In the shadow of a ruined city, a lone figure moved silently through crumbling buildings, tracking a target that challenged not just skill, but conscience. With each careful step among the debris of civilization, decisions loomed that would test the boundary between professional detachment and human empathy. While the desert sun beat down upon our caravan mercenaries, a different story unfolded in urban ruins. Join us for the silent contract. Evening shadows stretched across the ruined cityscape, painting the crumbling buildings in deepening shades of blue and purple. The last rays of sunlight caught on broken glass and twisted metal, creating brief, glimmering points of light amid the urban decay. A gentle breeze moved through empty window frames and collapsed doorways, carrying the distinctive stillness that followed a radioactive rainfall. The air cleansed of dust, yet tinged with the subtle ionization that had become part of the world's new normal since the bombs fell. In this fading light, a solitary figure moved with practiced stealth through the skeletal remains of what had once been a commercial district. Morgan Reed navigated the urban ruins with the unconscious grace of someone intimately familiar with post-war hazards, avoiding unstable flooring, skirting debris that might create betraying sound, identifying and circumventing the subtle signs of disturbed dust that might indicate traps or recent human activity. Each movement reflected years of experience, surviving not just the wasteland's natural dangers, but the equally unpredictable human threats that populated its broken landscape. Unlike the chaotic, aggressive appearance common to raiders, or the militaristic uniformity of faction soldiers, Morgan's attire reflected the balanced pragmatism of a successful independent operator. Weathered combat armor provided essential protection without sacrificing mobility, its surfaces deliberately dulled to prevent reflective detection. Multiple utility pouches contained carefully organized survival essentials, rather than the random collection of trinkets and scavenged items carried by less professional wasteland inhabitants. The rifle secured across Morgan's back, a modified hunting weapon with custom stock and precision-tuned barrel, showed the meticulous maintenance that distinguished tools from mere possessions. Morgan paused at an intersection where two partially collapsed streets created a natural choke point, kneeling behind a rusted vehicle chassis to conduct systematic environmental assessment. Experienced eyes scanned rooflines for potential sniper positions, doorways for ambush opportunities, rubble piles for recently disturbed patterns indicating human passage. This methodical approach had kept Morgan alive through 8 years as an independent contractor in territories where average survival expectations rarely exceeded months, where carelessness invited death in countless forms, ranging from mundane to nightmarishly creative. The fading sunlight made precise observation increasingly difficult, leading Morgan to retrieve specialized optics from a secured belt pouch. Unlike the crude magnification devices commonly found throughout the wasteland, this pre-war military scope incorporated low-light enhancement technology, obtained through particularly dangerous salvage operation 3 years earlier. The device represented both valuable tool and symbolic milestone, the point where Morgan's operational capabilities had graduated from basic survival to specialized expertise that commanded premium contract rates. Through enhanced optics, the urban landscape revealed additional details invisible to unaided observation. Faint heat signatures indicated rodent nests within collapsed infrastructure. Moisture patterns from recent rainfall created distinctive darkening along building foundations. Most significantly, barely discernible footprints traced a path along the northwestern avenue, recent enough that environmental factors hadn't yet erased their subtle impression in accumulated dust. The direction aligned with Morgan's target coordinates, confirming movement through this sector within approximately the past 48 hours. Returning the optics to their protective case, Morgan consulted a weathered paper map annotated with precisely drawn notations. Unlike electronic navigation devices that required power and created emission signatures, physical maps offered reliable reference without technological vulnerability. This particular document represented years of accumulated knowledge, buildings marked with structural assessment, areas annotated with observed threat categories, water sources identified with reliability ratings, all creating comprehensive operational awareness beyond basic geographical orientation. The target location lay approximately half a kilometer northwest, in what had once been a financial district before nuclear reconstruction transformed socio-economic geography into simple survival taxonomy. According to contract information, a former bank building now served as residence for the designated objective. An individual identified only as Lucas Mercer in the documentation provided by Morgan's current employer. Contract parameters specified asset acquisition rather than elimination, though contingency authorization permitted terminal resolution if extraction proved untenable. Morgan had accepted this contract through established channels that had proven reliable over years of independent operation. The employer, a representative of interests in a settlement 3 days' travel southwest, had provided partial advance payment in medical supplies and purified water, rather than the bottle caps that served as standard currency throughout the region. This payment method aligned with Morgan's preferences, valuing practical survival resources over symbolic exchange medium, particularly when operating in territories with uncertain economic stability. With route confirmed and environmental assessment complete, Morgan continued forward movement with the measured patience that characterized successful lone operators. Unlike team-based tactical advancement that relied on coordinated coverage and communication, solo progress required balanced pace, maintaining sufficient momentum to prevent extended exposure, while allowing comprehensive awareness of changing conditions. This measured approach had proven effective across dozens of similar operations, creating professional reputation that generated consistent contract opportunities, despite Morgan's selective acceptance criteria. As true darkness claimed the urban landscape, the ruins transformed from merely desolate to genuinely ominous, shadows deepening into impenetrable pools of blackness, unfamiliar sounds emerging as nocturnal creatures began their cautious emergence, the distant glow of isolated fires marking human encampments of uncertain affiliation or intent. Morgan activated a small red filtered light attached to his left shoulder harness, providing minimal illumination for immediate navigation while remaining virtually invisible beyond 15 meters, the optimal balance between operational necessity and exposure management. The designated target building gradually emerged from surrounding structures as Morgan approached. A 3-story concrete edifice that had weathered the centuries with surprising resilience compared to its neighbors. While nuclear destruction and subsequent environmental degradation had claimed most of the decorative facade, the fundamental structural elements remained largely intact, including the massive vault door visible through the shattered front entrance. This architectural durability explained its selection as residence, defensible position with environmental protection beyond what most wasteland shelters could provide. Morgan established observation position within adjacent building ruins, creating vantage point with both visual coverage of primary entrance and secondary escape routes, while maintaining concealment from potential counter-surveillance. From this position, patient assessment revealed subtle indicators of current habitation, a carefully disguised water collection system utilizing the partially intact roof, ventilation adjustments suggesting interior climate management, minor earth displacement around the foundation consistent with waste disposal practices. These observations confirmed occupied status without requiring closer approach that might trigger defensive awareness. Most illuminating was the absence of typical wasteland fortification. No spike barriers, constructed from salvaged materials, no obvious trap mechanisms covering approach vectors, no warning symbols painted to deter potential intruders. This environment modification pattern suggested either inexperienced occupant, unprepared for standard wasteland threats, or deliberate minimization strategy, avoiding attraction of predatory attention through visible defensive indicators. Either possibility required adjusted approach compared to typical urban extraction operations. Morgan settled into patient observation, allowing darkness to fully claim the environment before initiating direct target engagement. This disciplined restraint differentiated professional operators from opportunistic wasteland predators, who typically favored immediate action over comprehensive assessment. The hours of darkness would provide both tactical advantage and critical intelligence regarding the target's habitation patterns. Information essential for successful asset acquisition with minimal complication. As midnight approached, minimal illumination became visible through carefully covered ground floor windows, the distinctive amber glow of controlled flame rather than the harsher brightness of functioning electric systems. The light remained stationary and consistent, suggesting residential illumination rather than defensive perimeter coverage. No sound carried from the structure despite Morgan's enhanced listening device, indicating either sophisticated sound dampening measures or simple occupant activities requiring minimal noise generation. Shortly after midnight, movement near the northern corner of the building captured Morgan's attention. A figure emerging briefly to empty what appeared to be wastewater before retreating inside through secondary entrance, partially concealed by collapsed architectural elements. Though visibility remained limited, the observed movement pattern suggested civilian rather than combat-trained individual. No perimeter verification, minimal environmental awareness, practical rather than tactical movement priorities. This behavioral assessment aligned with contract description, identifying the target as research personnel rather than security operative. With preliminary intelligence gathered and environmental conditions optimized for approach, Morgan initiated direct engagement sequence using established protocol developed across dozens of similar operations. Equipment verification confirmed essential tools secured in accessible positions, restraint components for asset acquisition, communication suppression device to prevent potential alert transmission, non-lethal incapacitation options prioritized over lethal alternatives according to contract parameters. Morgan approached using indirect vector that avoided obvious sight lines from potential observation points. Movement carefully modulated to minimize sound generation despite the broken concrete and scattered debris that characterized the approach route. The red filtered light remained deactivated, night-adapted vision sufficient for navigation through familiar urban terrain patterns despite specific environmental uniqueness. Years of operational experience had developed almost instinctive awareness of typical wasteland architectural degradation, allowing reliable movement prediction despite limited visibility. Reaching the structure's northern corner, where target movement had been observed, Morgan identified the secondary entrance, a maintenance access originally designed for service personnel in the pre-war building, now repurposed as practical entry point with minimal visibility from surrounding vantage points. The door itself had been reinforced with salvaged metal panels, secured through competent if not professional welding, indicating reasonable security awareness, despite earlier observed operational patterns suggesting civilian behavior. Lock mechanism assessment revealed standard wasteland security measure, mechanical assembly utilizing repurposed components rather than original pre-war system. Morgan retrieved specialized manipulation tools from belt storage, executing bypass procedure with practiced efficiency that reflected hundreds of similar operations across years of contract fulfillment. The balanced application of tension and manipulation created minimal operational sound, while achieving effective security override within approximately 40 seconds. Reasonable efficiency for field conditions without specialized preparation. With access achieved, Morgan paused to conduct final approach verification, confirming surrounding environment remained secure, equipment prepared for immediate utilization, mental readiness established for potential contingency requirements. This disciplined protocol had prevented countless operation failures throughout a career, where survival often depended on methodical preparation rather than reactive adaptation to preventable complications. The doorway opened to reveal narrow maintenance corridor, illuminated only by ambient light filtering through distant interior openings. Morgan advanced with heightened sensory awareness, detecting subtle environmental indicators that provided operational intelligence. The distinctive scent of purified water suggesting functional filtration system, faint electrical hum indicating power generation capability, the almost imperceptible vibration of active ventilation equipment. These elements confirmed technological capacity beyond typical wasteland habitation, aligning with contract description of research personnel with specialized resource access. Morgan navigated through secondary corridors toward the building's central section, where observed illumination had indicated primary habitation. Each movement maintained optimal balance between advancement efficiency and sensory awareness, prepared for immediate response to potential security measures or occupant detection. The structure's interior revealed thoughtful adaptation to post-war functionality, collapsed sections carefully reinforced, potential hazards clearly marked with improvised but effective signage. Practical pathways established through debris areas with minimal wasted effort. As Morgan approached the illuminated area, voices became audible, conversation rather than alert communication, the cadence suggesting routine discussion rather than elevated concern. Proper tactical position allowed visual confirmation through partially open doorway. Two individuals seated at repurposed desk surface, illuminated by carefully maintained oil lamps. Their appearance reflected the balanced condition common to wasteland inhabitants with access to reasonable resources without faction support. Clothing worn but deliberately maintained, adequate nutrition evident in physical condition, specialized tools suggesting professional capacity beyond survival necessity. The older individual matched target description provided in contract documentation. male approximately 50 years age, distinctive scar pattern across left facial quadrant. The second person had not been included in operational briefing. Female, mid-20s estimation. Positioning suggesting associate rather than coincidental presence. Their conversation centered on technical discussion beyond Morgan's specific knowledge domain. Terminology indicating medical research focus, with frequent reference to treatment protocols and cellular regeneration concepts. This unexpected second individual created operational complication requiring immediate assessment and protocol adjustment. Contract parameters had specified single target acquisition without reference to additional personnel, creating potential decision requirement regarding appropriate response. Morgan's established operational framework prioritized contract fulfillment while minimizing unnecessary engagement. Collateral complications increased exposure risk without corresponding compensation benefit, creating unfavorable operational calculation. As Morgan evaluated response options, the conversation content became increasingly relevant to operational context. The settlement representatives were explicit about acquisition terms the older man, presumably Lucas Mercer, stated with obvious frustration. Either we relocate to their facility where our research supports their exclusive interests, or they'll ensure competing settlements receive no access to treatment protocols. Their representative emphasized protective custody multiple times during negotiation, which hardly suggests voluntary research partnership. The younger woman's response carried resigned acknowledgement rather than surprise. We expected this. Once preliminary results demonstrated regenerative effectiveness, independent medical advancement without faction protection invites either appropriation or elimination. The question remains whether voluntary compliance offers better outcome than resistance. This exchange provided critical context missing from original contact briefing, suggesting asset acquisition represented involuntary research appropriation, rather than mutual agreement security implementation as originally presented. The terminology and described interaction pattern aligned with coercive acquisition rather than protective extraction, substantially altering operational context from Morgan's perspective. Independent contractors survived through reputation reliability rather than factional loyalty, but operational parameters typically excluded civilian coercion or forced relocation. Morgan had established personal operational boundaries, specifically excluding contracts targeting medical personnel, researcher specialists, or cultivation experts whose activities supported general wasteland recovery rather than factional advantage. Categories, apparently including the current target based on observed evidence, with mission parameters fundamentally compromised by new intelligence. Morgan initiated contingency assessment according to established protocol for contract parameter violation. Options included standard completion despite ethical compromise, modified completion with target consultation, or contract abandonment with corresponding reputation impact and compensation forfeiture. Each alternative carried significant implications beyond immediate tactical considerations, affecting future contract opportunities and personal operational framework maintenance. As Morgan evaluated these alternatives, the conversation continued, providing additional context. I've secured passage with a trading caravan departing tomorrow, Mercer explained, gathering research materials into weathered carrying case. We can establish temporary research continuation at Abernathy settlement until determining permanent arrangement. Their agricultural focus provides both security through established trade relationships and practical application environment for cellular regeneration protocols in cultivation enhancement. The settlement will send retrieval specialists if we simply disappear, the younger woman noted with practical concern. Their representative made clear their commitment to acquiring our research by whatever means necessary. Mercer's expression reflected grim determination rather than fear. Hence the importance of secure documentation distribution before departure. Multiple settlements now possess sufficient protocol information to continue development independently, reducing the strategic value of our personal acquisition. A calculated risk, but preferable to research weaponization under exclusive control. This additional context confirmed operational reassessment requirements. The described activities and intentions aligned with Morgan's established exclusion parameters regarding medical advancement personnel and independent research benefiting general wasteland recovery, rather than factional advantage. The contract now represented clear ethical framework violation rather than standard asset acquisition, justifying protocol deviation despite potential reputation and compensation consequences. Decision crystallized through methodical evaluation rather than emotional response. Morgan initiated controlled withdrawal using established undetected extraction protocols. This operational choice reflected both immediate ethical assessment and calculated long-term sustainability. Maintaining personal operational framework boundaries ultimately preserved professional viability despite short-term contract complication. Reputation damage from occasional contract abandonment represented acceptable compromise compared to framework compromise that would fundamentally alter operational identity and corresponding contract filtration capacity. Morgan navigated back through the structure using the same disciplined movement that had characterized the approach, departing through the previously accessed maintenance entrance without alerting the structure's occupants to either the intrusion or subsequent withdrawal. This clean extraction represented professional competence, regardless of contract completion status, maintaining operational security principles even during parameter adjustment or mission abandonment. Returning to urban concealment beyond effective detection range, Morgan established temporary observation position to verify potential pursuit absence and conduct comprehensive operational reassessment. Contract abandonment necessitated immediate contingency implementation, requisite modification to avoid potential engagement with alternate operators should the contracting entity dispatch secondary assets. Following communication cessation, resource calculation for extended independent movement without planned resupply at contract completion location. As these practical considerations occupied immediate attention, deeper implications of the aborted operation settled into conscious awareness. The contract had represented deliberate misrepresentation rather than simple parameter inadequacy. Intentional concealment of research appropriation objectives behind security extraction terminology. This pattern suggested declining contractor ethics across former reliable channels, potentially indicating broader regional stability deterioration, requiring adjusted operational approaches in future engagement acceptance. More immediately significant was the researchers' planned departure with the morning caravan, creating potential exposure if Morgan's contract abandonment prompted immediate dispatch of alternate operators, with fewer ethical constraints regarding collateral engagement. While direct intervention exceeded standard operational parameters, advance warning delivery represented potential compromise approach, fulfilling ethical framework maintenance without assuming inappropriate protection responsibility beyond established professional boundaries. After methodical consideration of alternatives and implications, Morgan determined appropriate response balance, limited intelligence delivery through established warning protocol without direct engagement or escort commitment. This approach maintained necessary professional boundaries while acknowledging basic human consideration beyond strict contractual parameters, the balanced middle ground that had defined Morgan's operational sustainability throughout years of independent contracting. With decision established, Morgan retrieved specialized communication components from equipment storage. Pre-war signal device, modified for limited directional transmission rather than omnidirectional broadcasting that would create unnecessary exposure risk. The encoded message followed established emergency protocol, familiar to most experienced wasteland travelers, warning of potential pursuit risk, without identifying specific origin or destination references that might create additional complication through unintended information distribution. Transmission complete. Morgan initiated standard exfiltration protocol, establishing significant distance from operational location before securing temporary rest position with appropriate defensive preparation. The sheltered alcove within partially collapsed apartment structure provided adequate concealment while allowing comprehensive approach observation, the balanced security that practical field operations required when operating without team support in potentially compromised territory. As darkness held the wasteland in quiet embrace, Morgan conducted measured rest cycle, utilizing the disciplined partial awareness that experienced solo operators develop through necessity. Unlike the complete vulnerability of normal sleep, this state maintained environmental monitoring while allowing essential physical recovery, detecting potential threats through subconscious pattern recognition while conscious mind achieved necessary regeneration. The practice had preserved Morgan's survival through countless field operations, where conventional rest would have invited terminal vulnerability. The gradual transition from night to pre-dawn arrived with peaceful progression rather than disruptive engagement, indicating successful extraction without immediate complication. Morgan observed a distant caravan departure from elevated vantage point, noting the researcher's inclusion among traveling personnel without obvious pursuit presence. This outcome represented acceptable resolution despite contract abandonment, ethical framework maintenance without unnecessary involvement beyond established professional boundaries. With immediate operational concerns addressed, Morgan's attention shifted to broader implications and necessary adjustments following this contract complication. The intentional misrepresentation suggested declining reliability within established contact networks, requiring enhanced verification protocols before accepting future contracts through previously trusted channels. Resource calculations needed adjustment to account for compensation forfeiture, potentially necessitating acceptance of less selective contracts to maintain operational sustainability in the near term. Yet beneath these practical considerations lay a more fundamental evaluation of personal operational framework. The balance between professional detachment and human connection that defined individual identity beyond mere survival mechanics. Morgan had established boundary conditions specifically excluding certain contract categories, despite potential compensation advantages, recognizing that framework maintenance ultimately preserved both professional sustainability and personal integrity against wasteland pressures toward expedient amorality. This particular contract had reinforced the value of these established boundaries despite their occasional implementation cost. The researchers' work represented exactly the cooperative advancement that might eventually transform the wasteland from mere survival territory to genuine rebuilding opportunity. The gradual reclamation of civilization from atomic devastation that provided meaning beyond individual continuation, facilitating their appropriation for factional advantage rather than general benefit, would have preserved immediate professional reputation at cost to broader human consideration. As morning light gradually claimed the urban ruins, Morgan prepared for departure from the operational area. Equipment secured in appropriate travel configuration, route planning adjusted to avoid potential engagement with alternate operators pursuing the abandoned contract. resource consumption calculated against revised resupply expectation. The practiced efficiency of these preparations reflected years of independent operation, the disciplined self-sufficiency that had preserved survival where team dependencies or factional obligations often created fatal vulnerability. The urban landscape transformed under strengthening daylight, harsh shadows giving way to revealed details that darkness had concealed. Buildings that had appeared as mere silhouettes against night sky now showed their individual character, the distinctive architectural elements that had survived nuclear devastation and subsequent centuries of environmental degradation, silent testimony to human creation's persistence beyond human civilization's collapse. Vegetation reclaimed structural elements with patient determination, roots gradually separating concrete components while climbing vines transformed vertical surfaces into living walls. Morgan moved through this transitional landscape with the balanced awareness that characterized successful wasteland navigation, maintaining appropriate vigilance without the hyper-arousal that eventually depleted essential resources, observing potential threats while appreciating the subtle beauty that persisted even within devastation's framework. This capacity for simultaneous security consciousness and environmental appreciation had preserved not just physical survival, but psychological sustainability throughout years of independent operation, where many others had succumbed to wasteland pressures, toward either paranoid isolation or reckless disregard. The journey continued through morning hours, gradually leaving urban concentration for transitional territories where structural density decreased while natural reclamation increased proportionally. These boundary zones often presented their own distinctive challenges: reduced cover availability compared to urban environments, increased wildlife activity, including potential predator encounters, the unpredictable presence of wasteland inhabitants who preferred territorial margins to either concentrated settlement or complete isolation. Morgan navigated these changing conditions with adaptive adjustment rather than rigid tactical adherence, modifying movement patterns to utilize available cover appropriate to current terrain configuration, adjusting vigilance focus toward different threat categories as environmental characteristics evolved, maintaining the flexible response capacity that effective field operations required. This adaptability had proven essential throughout years of independent contracting, allowing successful operation across diverse territories, where specialized approach limitation would have created terminal vulnerability. By mid-afternoon, sufficient distance from the original operational area had been established to reduce potential pursuit concern to acceptable level. Morgan selected appropriate rest location within natural rock formation that provided both defensive position and shelter from increasing temperature. A balanced location, demonstrating the practical compromise between security priority and comfort consideration that characterized sustainable field operations rather than merely temporary survival capacity. As Morgan prepared minimal camp establishment, movement caught peripheral attention approximately 80 meters west. A solitary figure navigating parallel route through scattered vegetation, with apparent destination awareness rather than exploratory wandering. Initial assessment suggested solitary traveler rather than patrol member based on movement pattern and equipment configuration, though distance prevented detailed identification beyond general human classification. Morgan maintained positioned concealment while observing the traveler's progression, noting behavioral indicators suggesting experienced wasteland navigation rather than vulnerable civilian movement. Appropriate route selection utilizing available cover, regular environmental scanning demonstrating threat awareness, equipment organization reflecting practical preparation rather than haphazard collection. These observations indicated fellow professional rather than potential target, reducing immediate concern while maintaining appropriate vigilance. As the traveler continued along parallel route, without indicating Morgan's position detection, the encounter provided opportunity for reflection on the fundamental wasteland paradigm that shaped all human interaction within its harsh boundaries. Each unknown figure represented simultaneous potential threat and potential alliance. The perpetual calculation balancing risk mitigation against opportunity cost that defined survival within territories where human connection offered both greatest vulnerability and greatest advancement possibility. Morgan's operational framework had evolved through years of experience toward measured openness rather than reflexive isolation. Recognizing that complete disconnection ultimately created its own terminal vulnerability, despite apparent security advantage, while uncritical trust invited exploitation, with potentially fatal consequences. The balanced middle ground required constant recalibration based on territorial conditions, faction activities, and individual assessment rather than rigid policy application. The adaptive judgment that preserved both survival and meaningful existence beyond mere continuation. As evening approached once more, Morgan prepared for continued journey, with destination adjustment reflecting contract abandonment implications. The original agreement had included scheduled rendezvous at specific settlement for payment completion and potential additional contract discussion. Location now representing potential risk rather than resource opportunity, given the circumstances of mission non-completion. Alternative destination required careful selection, balancing necessary resource acquisition against exposure risk during contractual cooling period, when reputation impact remained most acute. The decision process incorporated multiple factors beyond immediate security consideration. Resource mapping, identifying settlements with sufficient economic activity to provide potential alternative contract opportunities. Relationship network analysis, highlighting locations with established contacts who might facilitate reputation maintenance despite recent completion failure. Territorial assessment, identifying regions with reduced presence from the abandoned contract's originating faction. This comprehensive evaluation represented the strategic planning that sustained long-term operational viability beyond merely reactive survival response. With adjusted destination determined and route planning completed, Morgan secured the temporary rest position and prepared for night movement, often preferable in certain wasteland territories where darkness provided concealment advantage that outweighed navigational complication. For those with appropriate experience and equipment, the familiar routine of preparation carried its own meditative quality. Equipment verification, resource inventory, movement planning, each element contributing to the operational confidence that made independent field activity sustainable, where anxiety or uncertainty often created fatal hesitation or reckless acceleration. As true darkness claimed the landscape once more, Morgan departed temporary position with measured purpose rather than urgent flight, navigating through starlit terrain with the balanced pace that characterized effective wasteland movement. Maintaining sufficient progress while preserving necessary awareness, advancing with intentional direction rather than reactive wandering. The abandoned contract created practical complications requiring appropriate adjustment but not fundamental operational compromise. A professional challenge rather than existential threat. The night sky stretched overhead in breathtaking clarity, stars illuminating the darkness with ancient light, unchanged by the world's nuclear transformation beneath them. This cosmic perspective provided valuable context beyond immediate operational concerns, the recognition that current complications represented merely momentary ripples within much larger patterns, significant for individual navigation, but ultimately transient within broader existence framework. Such perspective had preserved Morgan's psychological resilience through countless field operations, where narrower focus might have created debilitating stress or inappropriate response calculation. The journey continued through darkness, with the patient persistence that characterized sustainable wasteland travel, each step representing incremental progress toward adjusted destination, each hour bringing appropriate balance between advancement and awareness, the disciplined movement that reflected years of experience navigating territories where both hesitation and haste invited distinctive but equally terminal consequences. The solitary nature of this progression carried neither loneliness nor isolation, but rather practiced self-sufficiency. The quiet competence that defined successful independent operators, within a landscape where dependency often created vulnerability beyond acceptable operational parameters. As Morgan continued through the darkened landscape, elsewhere in the wasteland another figure approached a struggling settlement with careful steps and troubled conscience. A former mercenary, whose past actions had resulted in civilian casualties, now returned to make amends, carrying medical supplies and guilt in equal measure. The settlement's lights glowed dimly in the distance, as residents debated whether forgiveness was possible for someone whose previous visit had brought such pain. While our lone contractor followed the stars toward a new destination, a story of redemption was about to unfold. Join us for the Mercenary's redemption. Morning light filtered through the thin cloud cover, casting a diffused glow across the Commonwealth landscape. Dew clung to withered grass and scattered vegetation, transforming the typically harsh terrain into something momentarily gentler, almost reminiscent of the world before the bombs fell. The subtle hush that accompanied these early hours created a rare pocket of tranquility, in a land where quiet usually signaled danger rather than peace. Along a weathered path that had once been a suburban street, a solitary figure moved with deliberate purpose. Eli Thorne walked with the measured pace of someone conserving energy for a long journey, his movements displaying the unconscious efficiency developed through years of wasteland survival. Unlike most travelers, who moved with the constant vigilance of prey, expecting predators, Eli's awareness seemed turned inward, his gaze frequently dropping to the path before him, as though the journey itself carried more weight than potential dangers along the way. His appearance reflected this internal conflict, practical wasteland attire showing the wear of extensive travel, yet maintained with a care that spoke to personal discipline rather than mere necessity. The weathered leather jacket, reinforced at stress points with salvaged metal plates, had clearly protected him through countless encounters without surrendering its fundamental integrity. Beneath it, layers provided both warmth against the morning chill and additional protection against the ever-present environmental hazards that defined post-war existence. Most telling was the modified combat armor visible at chest and shoulders, once bearing the distinctive insignia of a mercenary company known as Talon Squadron, now deliberately obscured with carefully applied material that neither concealed its military origin nor proclaimed its specific affiliation. This modification spoke to a complicated relationship with past identity, neither embracing nor fully rejecting previous association, but transforming it into something personal rather than declarative. The pack Eli carried showed similar thoughtful preparation, neither the haphazard collection of scavenged materials typical of wasteland scavengers, nor the tactical loadout of active combat personnel. Medical supplies occupied prominent position amongst his possessions, their careful organization suggesting prioritization beyond personal survival requirements. Food and water sufficient for extended journey without resupply indicated someone accustomed to territories where settlement hospitality couldn't be assumed. Tools for basic mechanical repair and environmental navigation completed the essential inventory, creating balanced preparation for sustained independent travel. Most distinctive was what Eli didn't carry: the absence of the heavy weaponry typically associated with mercenary operations in contested territories. A simple sidearm secured in shoulder holster provided basic personal protection, while a utility knife served practical purposes beyond combat application. This restrained approach to armament reflected either remarkable confidence or deliberate choice to present reduced threat profile. Particularly notable for someone whose bearing and movement clearly indicated extensive combat experience. As Eli crested a gentle rise in the broken landscape, his destination became visible in the middle distance. A settlement constructed around what had once been a small industrial complex before the war. Even from this distance, its distinctive characteristics were apparent to experienced eyes. The perimeter showed the pragmatic security of people with something to protect, but limited resources to dedicate to defense. Walls constructed from salvaged materials reinforced at strategic points. Observation positions established at optimal vantage locations. Cleared approaches that eliminated potential concealment for hostile approach. More significantly, the settlement displayed indicators of genuine community rather than mere survival collective. Small agricultural plots arranged with intentional organization rather than desperate opportunism. Structures showing evidence of maintenance beyond immediate necessity. Smoke patterns suggesting controlled industry rather than merely cooking or heating applications. These observations would have registered as valuable intelligence to the mercenary Eli had once been, potential leverage points for contract negotiation or tactical consideration for asset acquisition operations. Now they carried entirely different significance, as he paused to observe the settlement with complex emotion evident in his weathered features. This wasn't a target or objective, but a destination carrying profound personal meaning beyond practical consideration. His expression reflected neither the tactical assessment of an operator nor the hopeful anticipation of a traveler seeking sanctuary, but something far more complicated. Determination tinged with apprehension, resolve shadowed by what appeared to be genuine grief. After momentary consideration, Eli adjusted his course slightly to approach from the settlement's eastern edge, rather than the main access route from the south. This decision seemed motivated by consideration beyond security awareness, a deliberate choice to approach in a specific manner rather than tactical advantage seeking. His pace remained measured, despite having visual confirmation of destination, maintaining the same deliberate advancement that had characterized his journey thus far. As he drew closer to the settlement, additional details emerged through strengthening morning light. The name Riverside had been fashioned in metal lettering above the main gate, creating distinctive identity beyond mere geographical designation. Guard positions showed the disciplined attention of people who understood security as daily necessity rather than occasional response. Their observation patterns suggesting established protocols rather than haphazard vigilance. Most telling were the small touches that differentiated genuine community from mere survival outposts. Weathered decorative elements on building exteriors, a small common area visible near the center with simple bench seating arranged for communal gathering, even fragmented attempts at non-essential vegetation in protected areas. Eli's approach was noted long before he reached the settlement perimeter. Guards adjusted positions with the subtle coordination indicating communication systems connecting observation points, while the main gate area showed increased personnel presence without obvious alarm response. Their behavior suggested cautious assessment rather than defensive preparation. Appropriate vigilance for wasteland settlement without the immediate aggression that characterized more isolated or frequently targeted communities. When Eli reached speaking distance from the eastern approach, a guard representative moved forward to establish communication from position of reasonable security, close enough for practical conversation while maintaining defensive advantage if necessary. The woman's equipment and bearing indicated experienced security personnel rather than merely assigned settler, her assessment of Eli reflecting professional evaluation rather than personal judgment. "State your business with Riverside," she called, voice carrying clear authority without unnecessarily aggressive tone. "Settlement's not currently seeking additional residents, but trading's available if you've got something worth bartering." Eli halted at appropriate distance, hands maintaining visible position away from his limited weaponry, the instinctive protocol of someone familiar with security concerns from both sides of perimeter walls. His response came after moments' consideration, voice carrying the distinctive quality of someone choosing words with deliberate care rather than casual communication. "My name is Eli Thorne. I've come to speak with whoever holds leadership position here. My business is..." He paused, searching for appropriate terminology before continuing. "Personal, rather than commercial. I was here once before, though under different circumstances." The guard's expression shifted subtly at this disclosure, recognition registering in her features, though without indicating whether this created positive or negative association. Thorne, the mercenary captain, this identification came as statement rather than question, suggesting the name carried significant recognition within the settlement. "It's been... 3 years since your company passed through?" 3 years, 2 months, Eli confirmed, no surprise evident at being remembered. "I understand if access is denied given previous events. I'm alone and presenting no threat. Just requesting opportunity to speak with current leadership." The guard studied him with measured assessment, noting both his limited armament and the absent mercenary company that had apparently accompanied his previous visit. After brief internal deliberation, she activated a communication device attached to her collar, a settlement-developed system rather than pre-war technology, indicating local technical capability beyond basic survival requirements. "Reynolds at East Approach, have visitor requesting leadership meeting. Eli Thorne, formerly mercenary captain, traveling alone, minimally armed." She paused, listening to response through earpiece before adding, "Acknowledged." Returning attention to Eli, she gestured toward a secondary entrance rather than the main gate. "You'll be escorted to meeting room. Settlement protocol requires weapon surrender during initial visit assessment. Temporary only. Returned upon departure unless citizenship granted." Eli nodded acceptance without hesitation or negotiation attempt, a response notably different from typical mercenary behavior regarding personal armament. "Understood and accepted. I appreciate the consideration of my request." The secondary entrance revealed itself as security processing rather than merely alternative access. A small chamber within the perimeter wall where visitors could be properly assessed before gaining further settlement access. 2 additional guards maintained position while Reynolds conducted thorough but professional inspection of Eli's equipment, securing his sidearm and utility blade in storage locker, with documented process indicating established protocols rather than arbitrary confiscation. Medical supplies remain your property, she noted while completing inspection documentation. Settlement doesn't claim visitor resources unless presenting specific hazard. Community representative will meet you shortly. Eli acknowledged this information with quiet appreciation, settling into patient waiting position that suggested familiarity with bureaucratic processes rather than the restless energy typical of wasteland travelers unaccustomed to structured systems. His composed demeanor continued as minutes extended, displaying neither the entitled impatience of privileged visitors nor the anxious discomfort of those with questionable intentions requiring immediate execution. Eventually, the interior door opened to reveal an older man whose appearance suggested leadership through experience rather than aggressive dominance. Grey hair pulled back in practical arrangement, clothing showing the balanced quality of someone with access to reasonable resources who chose functionality over display. Expression suggesting measured assessment rather than immediate judgment. Most notable was the distinctive scar pattern visible along his left arm, the unmistakable marking of significant burn injury that had healed without proper medical intervention, creating permanent reminder of past trauma. "Mr. Thorne," he acknowledged, voice carrying neither warmth nor hostility, but simple recognition. "Walter Abernathy, current council head for Riverside. I understand you've requested formal meeting. Please, follow me to appropriate location." Eli followed with respectful distance maintenance, noting the settlement's interior development as they moved through established pathways. Unlike the chaotic arrangement typical of hastily established wasteland communities, Riverside displayed intentional organization. Residential areas separated from production facilities, communal resources positioned for optimal access, infrastructure showing evidence of planned expansion rather than merely reactive addition. These observations registered in Eli's awareness without the strategic assessment that would have characterized his previous mercenary perspective. Appreciation rather than exploitation. The designated meeting location proved to be a small structure near the settlement's administrative center. A simple room with practical furnishing focused on functional discussion rather than status display or intimidation architecture. The absence of additional security personnel within the room suggested either remarkable confidence or hidden monitoring capabilities, though Abernathy's comfortable demeanor indicated genuine rather than performative security assessment. "Please sit." Abernathy indicated a chair positioned across simple table from his own. "Water available if needed after your journey. Now explain the purpose of your visit to a settlement your company previously threatened with protective reassessment, if I remember the terminology correctly." This direct address of previous history displayed the straightforward approach of someone preferring transparent discussion to diplomatic avoidance. Eli accepted both the seated position and conversational framework with equal respect, his response measured but without defensive qualification. "I remember the terminology precisely," he acknowledged, meeting Abernathy's direct gaze with his own. Protective reassessment was mercenary company euphemism for establishing compulsory security arrangement, regardless of settlement consent. 3 years ago, my company conducted operation here that resulted in 5 settler casualties during resistance to our attempted resource acquisition. Ely paused briefly, gathering thoughts before continuing with careful precision. "I've come alone, without company backing or affiliation, to acknowledge personal responsibility for those actions and offer what reparation remains possible despite the irreversible harm caused." Abernathy's expression remained carefully neutral despite the significant nature of this declaration. You understand many here remember that day vividly. 2 of those killed were founding members of this community. Martha Chen was our primary medical provider. Her loss directly resulted in 3 additional deaths the following winter, when her expertise couldn't be replaced immediately. David Weathers left children who still reside among us. I remember their names, Eli confirmed quietly, and Samuel Pearson, Eliza Truong, and Michael Denvers. I've carried them with me since that day, along with others from similar operations conducted under my command. This specific recollection of casualties by name created visible impact in Abernathy's carefully maintained neutral expression. Surprise briefly evident before returning to measured assessment. Most mercenary commanders would consider such casualties merely operational statistics, rather than individuals worthy of remembrance. I was such a commander for many years, Ely acknowledged without attempting justification. Survival in the wasteland encourages emotional distance from consequences, operational efficiency above human consideration. But such distance can only be maintained through deliberate disconnection from empathy, something that eventually extracts costs beyond professional calculation. Abernathy considered this response with thoughtful attention before his next question. What exactly are you seeking here, Mr. Thorne? Forgiveness isn't something I have authority to grant on behalf of those who suffered direct losses. If absolution for past actions is your objective, I'm afraid you've journeyed a considerable distance for something beyond reasonable expectation. I expect nothing, Eli responded with quiet certainty. Certainly not forgiveness, which remains entirely personal choice beyond any rightful demand. I've come offering 2 things. First, acknowledgement and accountability for actions many mercenary operations leave unaddressed once completed. Second, practical contribution toward community development that was damaged through my company's previous intervention. Reaching carefully into his pack, with movements deliberately visible to avoid security concern, Eli withdrew a sealed package wrapped in protective material. Medical supplies obtained through considerable effort, antibiotics, surgical tools, specialized treatments difficult to acquire through normal settlement trade networks. Not remotely adequate compensation for losses suffered, but practical contribution toward preventing similar losses in future. Abernathy examined the offered materials with the careful assessment of someone experienced in wasteland exchange evaluation, recognizing both the significant value represented and the practical application to settlement requirements. His expression reflected complex consideration beyond simple acceptance or rejection calculation. These supplies would indeed serve community needs, he acknowledged after completing his assessment. Our current medical provider manages adequately, but lacks access to several treatments contained here. However, acceptance creates complicated precedent regarding how we value lives previously lost. I understand completely, Eli responded without defensive reaction. The supplies remain available whether accepted now, later after community consultation, or rejected entirely as matter of principle. My journey here was obligation rather than transaction, acknowledgement of responsibility without expectation of corresponding absolution. This framing appeared to register with Abernathy beyond mere diplomatic phrasing, his expression suggesting genuine reconsideration rather than negotiation positioning. After momentary reflection, he activated the communication device secured at his collar. "Sarah, please join us in meeting room 3, he requested before returning attention to Eli. Our current medical provider should assess these materials directly before further discussion. Her practical evaluation will inform community consideration beyond my individual judgment. The requested individual arrived promptly, a woman in her 30s whose appearance suggested someone who had grown into responsibility during wasteland conditions, rather than receiving formal training in the world before. Her attire combined practical functionality with distinct medical indicators. Garments selected for cleanliness maintenance rather than merely durability. Pockets modified for specific equipment access. The subtle indicators that distinguished specialized settlement roles from general residency. Sarah Chen, Abernathy introduced as she entered, the shared surname with previously mentioned casualty immediately registering in Eli's awareness. Our primary medical provider since completing apprenticeship under her mother 3 years ago. The significance of this relationship created immediate context shift within the conversation, transforming abstract discussion of previous casualties into direct personal connection with ongoing impact. Sarah's expression upon recognizing Eli confirmed this connection. Momentary shock quickly contained beneath professional composure that demonstrated remarkable self-discipline, given the circumstances. Mr. Thorne has brought medical supplies as acknowledgement of responsibility for previous events, Abernathy explained, careful neutrality maintained in his presentation. I've asked you to assess their practical application value for our community before further discussion. Sarah approached the offered materials with the practiced assessment of someone whose professional responsibilities transcended personal considerations, examining contents with methodical attention despite the complicated emotions clearly present beneath her composed exterior. Her inspection revealed genuine expertise beyond merely a signed settlement role, knowledge evident in how she evaluated specific items and their potential applications within community healthcare framework. These antibiotics alone would significantly improve our treatment capabilities, she noted after completing thorough inventory. The surgical implements represent considerable upgrade from our current equipment. Most valuable are these specialized treatments for radiation exposure complications, nearly impossible to acquire through normal trade channels, yet addressing our most persistent environmental health challenge. Her professional assessment complete, Sarah finally allowed herself to meet Ellie's gaze directly, emotion now visible beneath careful composure. You commanded the mercenaries who killed my mother during attempted medical supply appropriation. 5 settlers died defending resources already dedicated to community survival. Resources far less valuable than what you've brought today. Eli maintained respectful eye contact, despite the obvious difficulty this presented for both parties. Yes, I gave the orders and bear responsibility for those deaths, including your mother's. Nothing offered today changes that history or adequately compensates for your personal loss. No, it doesn't, Sarah agreed, unexpected steadiness in her voice despite the charged context. Yet I find myself in complicated position as both daughter and medical provider. These supplies would save lives I currently cannot with available resources, creating impossible ethical equation balancing personal grief against professional obligation to current patients. This articulation of her dilemma demonstrated remarkable clarity, despite emotional complexity. Her measured consideration suggesting significant personal growth through difficult circumstances. Abernathy observed their exchange with respectful attention, allowing this direct conversation to develop without administrative interference, despite his formal leadership position. The supplies remain available, regardless of how my personal offering is received, Eli reiterated. If acceptance from me presents an insurmountable barrier, I can arrange alternative delivery through neutral third party without direct association. Sarah considered this with genuine deliberation rather than merely performative consideration. That would create artificial separation, serving only emotional comfort rather than ethical honesty. If these supplies benefit our community, acknowledging their source represents important understanding about wasteland complexity beyond simple categorization of allies and enemies. A response revealed philosophical depth beyond merely practical assessment, the capacity to engage with complicated moral considerations rather than retreating to simplified absolutism that often characterized wasteland ethical frameworks. This perspective seemed to register with Abernathy, whose expressions suggested appreciative recognition rather than merely administrative evaluation. "I propose providential acceptance," Sarah continued after further consideration. "The community receives needed medical resources, while you, Mr. Thorne, contribute practical labor to settlement development during temporary residence period, actions demonstrating genuine commitment beyond single delivery gesture." This unexpected counter-proposal shifted conversation beyond anticipated parameters, suggesting possibility neither complete rejection nor simple transaction would have created. Eli's expression registered surprise briefly before thoughtful consideration replaced initial reaction. "I would accept such arrangement without hesitation," he responded after measuring his response carefully, "though community sentiment regarding my presence requires broader consultation than this limited meeting allowed." Abernathy nodded agreement with this assessment. Settlement protocols require council discussion for temporary residence applications beyond standard trading visits. Your specific history here necessitates particularly thorough consideration. I'll present the proposal with neutral framing, allowing council members to evaluate without administrative influence. Until determination, you'll be assigned visitor quarters with standard provisions, Sarah added, practical consideration complementing administrative procedure. Basic settlement access granted, though certain areas remain restricted for all non-residents. Community labor assignment would depend on skills inventory and current settlement requirements if council approves provisional status. This structured approach demonstrated the established governance systems that separated functioning settlements from mere survival collectives. The capacity to address complex situations through procedural frameworks rather than arbitrary leadership decisions or emotional reactivity. Eli's response indicated appreciation for this methodical approach, rather than impatient dismissal someone might expect from former mercenary accustomed to more direct action paradigms. "I understand and respect the process," he acknowledged. "My journey here anticipated potential extended consideration rather than immediate resolution. I am prepared for whatever determination the council reaches, including rejection if community wellness requires my departure." This absence of entitlement or expectation appeared to register positively with both settlement representatives, their exchanged glance suggesting shared assessment beyond verbal communication. Abernathy activated his communication device once more, requesting escort personnel to visitor assignment processing, while Sarah secured the medical supplies with appropriate documentation regarding their pending status. "Council meets tomorrow morning," Abernathy informed Eli as they concluded the initial meeting. "Determination should be reached by midday, allowing appropriate notification before evening. Until then, standard visitor protocols apply. Community resources available at designated exchange rates, public areas accessible during daylight hours, curfew observation required during darkness cycle." These established parameters reflected the balanced approach of settlement that maintained security awareness without creating unnecessarily restrictive visitor experience. another indicator of community development beyond mere survival collective. Eli acknowledged these guidelines with respectful acceptance, rather than the negotiation attempt or privilege seeking that might have characterized his previous mercenary identity. The assigned escort arrived promptly, a settlement security member displaying the professional courtesy typical of communities where visitor management represented routine procedure rather than exceptional circumstance. As Eli prepared to follow toward visitor processing, Sarah offered unexpected final comment that transcended merely procedural interaction. My mother believed medical knowledge belonged to everyone, not merely those with sufficient resources to command exclusive access, she noted, complex emotion evident beneath professional composure. Her resistance to your operation that day wasn't merely protection of physical supplies, but defense of philosophical principle regarding care availability. Understanding that context might inform your perspective during council consideration. This personal insight created significant impact beyond factual information exchange, offering glimpse into the deeper values destroyed during previous mercenary operation, rather than merely physical inventories appropriated. Ely received this information with evident weight, his expression suggesting genuine integration rather than merely diplomatic acknowledgement. Thank you for sharing that understanding, he responded after a thoughtful pause. Mercenary operations typically assess only material objectives, rather than underlying principles they compromise. Reconnecting actions with their broader implications represents an important element of genuine accountability. With this exchange complete, Eli followed his assigned escort toward visitor processing, the standardized procedure transforming him from unique historical figure to simply another wasteland traveler within settlement administrative framework. This transition appeared to provide certain comfort, despite its procedural nature, allowing momentary participation in established community systems rather than remaining perpetually outside their structured belonging. The visitor quarters proved modest but significantly more comfortable than typical wasteland accommodation. A small private room within shared residential structure, basic furnishings providing functional comfort without unnecessary luxury. Communal facilities maintained with cleanliness standards reflecting community pride rather than merely practical hygiene. This environment offered stark contrast to typical mercenary field conditions or wasteland travel necessities, representing the gradual civilization rebuilding that distinguished established settlements from mere survival outposts. As afternoon progressed into evening, Elia explored permitted settlement areas with respectful observation rather than entitled assessment, noting community development indicators with appreciation rather than strategic evaluation, observing resident interactions with genuine interest rather than potential exploitation calculation. His presence generated visible recognition among longer-term settlement members, their reactions ranging from cautious observation to deliberately maintained distance. Though notably absent was direct hostility or confrontational approach, despite the complicated history involved. The settlement's common area offered particular insight into community development, a central gathering space where residents shared evening meal as social activity rather than merely nutrition necessity. Simple benches arranged around fire pits provided practical seating while creating natural conversation groupings. Food preparation demonstrated coordinated effort rather than merely individual survival cooking, with evident sharing systems ensuring appropriate distribution regardless of personal resource contribution capability. Eli observed this community interaction from appropriate distance, near enough to appreciate its significance, without presuming integration beyond his visitor's status. The controlled curfew approach provided natural conclusion to this observation period. Settlement security personnel providing respectful but clear direction toward visitor quarters, as darkness established across the Commonwealth landscape. Alone in assigned accommodation, Eli conducted personal reflection with the introspective focus that had characterized his journey to this settlement. From pockets securing important personal items, he withdrew a small journal whose weathered conditions suggested extensive use despite careful maintenance. Its pages contained handwritten entries organized by date and location, each recording names, circumstances, and consequence details from operations conducted throughout years of mercenary service. The entry for Riverside's settlement showed particular attention to detail, not merely recording casualties and operational parameters, but subsequent impact assessments gathered through deliberate information collection rather than merely incidental intelligence. This documentation demonstrated commitment beyond merely symbolic gesture, the dedicated effort required to transform vague responsibility acknowledgement into specific accountability understanding. As night deepened across the Commonwealth, settlement ambient sounds gradually diminished toward the quiet that characterized established communities where security systems allowed genuine rest cycles rather than perpetual vigilance. Within visitor quarters, Eli continued his journal documentation, recording current observations and interactions with the same careful attention previously dedicated to accountability research, creating comprehensive record addressing both historical context and present development without omitting uncomfortable connections between them. This private ritual complete, he arranged simple sleeping accommodation with the practiced efficiency of someone accustomed to varied field conditions. Yet unlike typical preparation during active mercenary operations, his arrangement lacked the tactical positioning and immediate response preparation that characterized security-focused rest configuration. This subtle difference reflected internal transition beyond merely external circumstance change. The shift from perpetual combat readiness towards something approaching genuine rest capacity, however tentatively established. Morning arrived with the distinctive quality that separated settlement experience from wasteland travel. Structured activity patterns replacing the continuous vigilant necessity of unsecured territories. Community sounds creating ambient background where silence typically dominated isolating environments. The visitor quarters gradually activated as other temporary residents began their daily preparations, creating brief interactions that ranged from merely acknowledging nods to occasional curious conversation with those unaware of Eli's specific history within this particular community. The settlement council meeting commenced with scheduled precision, another indicator of established governance beyond merely reactive leadership. Eli received notification of afternoon determination timing through standard visitor communication channels. This procedural inclusion itself representing significant acceptance beyond merely hostile tolerance. The intervening hours provided opportunity for further community observation while respecting appropriate visitor boundaries, neither presuming integration nor isolating entirely from established settlement patterns. When council determination arrived through designated messenger, Eli received the communication with composed attention that suggested preparation for either outcome. The messenger, a young settlement member with administrative responsibilities, delivered the message with professional neutrality appropriate to official communication. The settlement council has reached determination regarding your provisional residence application, she stated. Reading directly from official documentation, acceptance granted for initial 30-day evaluation period with assigned responsibilities in construction division based on skills assessment. Medical supplies accepted for community distribution under provider Chen's supervision. Extension beyond initial period subject to performance evaluation and continued community integration assessment. This structured acceptance reflected the settlement's balanced approach to complex situations, providing opportunity without ignoring historical context, establishing clear parameters while avoiding both naive trust or reflexive rejection. Ellie received this determination with respectful acknowledgement rather than entitled expectation, his response suggesting genuine appreciation for the consideration involved in reaching this balanced conclusion. "Please convey my gratitude to the Council for their thoughtful deliberation," he requested. "I understand the complicated nature of their decision and will honor both the opportunity and boundaries established through their determination." With provisional status established, Eli's settlement presence transitioned from merely temporary visitor to potential community contributor, the beginning rather than conclusion of a redemptive process that would require sustained demonstration beyond initial acknowledgement gesture. The construction assignment represented particularly appropriate placement given the settlement's historical experience, rebuilding physical structures while simultaneously addressing damaged relationship foundation, practical contributions serving both material and symbolic purpose simultaneously. As Eli prepared for this new status implementation, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another group of mercenaries faced their own moment of truth. In a mountain pass, with danger approaching from multiple directions, a band of hired guns protected a caravan while questioning their own loyalty when one of their number suggested abandoning their clients to save themselves. As Riverside Settlement welcomed its newest provisional resident to begin his redemptive labor, our next tale beckons from a treacherous mountain trail where mercenary loyalty faces its ultimate test. Join us for the wasteland's finest. The mountain path wound its way through ancient rock formations, a narrow trail carved by centuries of use, long before the bombs fell and reshaped the world. Late afternoon sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting dappled patterns across the rugged terrain, while a gentle breeze carried the distinctive scent of pine that had somehow adapted to post-war conditions, trees growing with stubborn persistence despite radiation and harsh climate. Shadows lengthened gradually as the day progressed toward evening, bringing the subtle temperature shift that mountain regions experienced more dramatically than lowland territories. Along this precarious route moved a small caravan, 2 Brahmin pulling heavily laden carts, while 8 figures maintained protective formation around the valuable cargo. The Brahmin plodded forward with the patient resignation characteristic of their species, dual heads occasionally moving in different directions as though perpetually disagreeing about potential threats or interesting distraction. Their handlers maintained steady pace through practiced guidance, neither rushing the animals beyond sustainable effort nor allowing unnecessary delay that might extend their journey through dangerous territory. The protective detail surrounding this modest caravan called themselves the Mountain Rangers, a mercenary team specialized in escort operations through particularly challenging terrain, where standard caravan guards often proved insufficient. 5 members moved in disciplined formation that reflected extensive experience with mountain operations, their positioning accounting for both the limited maneuverability of narrow trails and the unique sightline challenges presented by vertical environments, where threats might approach from significantly varied elevations. Captain Marcus Reynolds led from forward right position, his weathered features suggesting someone who had spent decades in wasteland environments, yet maintained the alert awareness that prevented such experience from becoming terminal. Unlike many mercenary leaders who displayed their status through exaggerated equipment or aggressive demeanor, Reynolds maintained practical gear selection focused on operational effectiveness rather than intimidation value. His modified combat armor showed the balanced compromise between protection and mobility essential for mountain operations, while his weapon selection, a precisely maintained combat rifle and reliable sidearm, reflected practical consideration rather than wasteland bravado. Junction approaching in approximately half-kilometer, he noted, voice pitched to reach his team without carrying unnecessarily across terrain where sound traveled in unpredictable patterns. Tactical assessment indicates optimal rest point before ascending ridgeline, daylight sufficient for meal preparation before evening positioning. Maya Ortiz acknowledged from her scout position slightly ahead of the main formation, her specialized optics allowing comprehensive terrain evaluation beyond standard visual range. Junction area clear on preliminary assessment. No recent camp evidence or movement indicators. Water source active but reduced from last passage. Sufficient for minimum needs but not full canteen replenishment. This environmental intelligence informed the team's approached planning. Reynolds adjusting pace calculation to account for limited water availability at their intended rest location. Such adaptability characterized experienced wasteland operators who understood that survival depended on continuous reassessment rather than rigid adherence to predetermined schedules or expectations. The mountain rangers had built their reputation on this balanced approach, reliable delivery without unnecessary risk, taking professional competence without the overconfidence that often created fatal errors in wasteland operations. Daniel Chen maintained left flank position, his customized shotgun carried with the comfortable familiarity of a trusted tool rather than pretentious display. At 29, he represented the team's youngest member, though his 4 years with the Rangers had provided intensive experience beyond merely chronological measurement. His previous employment with less disciplined mercenary outfits had created particular appreciation for Reynolds' leadership approach, clear objectives and reasonable risk assessment, rather than the profit-focused recklessness that characterized many wasteland security operations. Trail condition deteriorating slightly, he observed, noting increased erosion patterns along their route. Recent rainfall impact evident on eastern slope. No immediate concern, but worth monitoring if weather shifts during overnight positioning. Across formation, Elijah Morris covered right flank security with methodical attention to vertical threat vectors, often overlooked by conventional security details. His specialized training, with pre-war military reconnaissance units, knowledge passed through family tradition rather than formal institutional preservation, provided unique perspective that complemented the team's collective expertise. The modified hunting rifle he carried featured exceptional scope quality, obtained through particularly challenging recovery operation the previous year, representing the Rangers' philosophy of equipment investment over short-term profit maximization. Wind patterns suggest potential weather system approaching from northwest, he noted. Environmental awareness extending beyond merely security assessment. Barometric indicators consistent with approaching rainfall rather than radiation concentration. Estimates 6 to 8 hours before potential impact on our route segment. His weather projection prompted subtle route assessment adjustment, Reynolds calculating potential alternative paths should deteriorating conditions necessitate deviation from primary planning. The mountain rangers maintained comprehensive topographical knowledge of their operational territories, including emergency shelter locations, alternative paths accounting for various condition limitations, and defensible positions suitable for different group configurations. This preparation distinguished professional operations from merely aggressive opportunists, creating sustainable business model through reliability rather than intimidation. The fifth team member, Sarah Wells, maintained rear position with particular attention to pursuit vectors and potential signs of tracking activity. Her previous experience with Commonwealth Minutemen patrols had developed specialized awareness of territorial movement patterns and tracking methodologies, skills transferable to private security operations despite the organizational differences involved. The modified combat rifle she carried featured practical customization for sustained engagement capability, extended magazine capacity, and improved stability components, rather than merely cosmetic modification. No pursuit indicators on established trail, she confirmed during regular status communication. Dusk patterns normal for environmental conditions. No evidence of displaced observation or parallel tracking movement. Rear approach remains secure, based on available indicators. The caravan they protected represented typical wasteland commerce. Traders transporting manufactured goods, medical supplies, and specialized equipment between settlements that manage production beyond merely subsistence requirements. Their current cargo included medical equipment from settlements near former Boston, heading toward mountain communities with mining operations that provided essential raw materials for Commonwealth manufacturing efforts. This economic exchange created mutual benefit through specialized production focus, rather than requiring each settlement to maintain completely independent capability across all necessary categories. Jacob Reeves, the caravan leader, maintained position near the lead Brahmin with the practiced awareness of someone who had traveled wasteland trading routes for most of his adult life. Unlike many traders who remained perpetually anxious despite hired protection, Reeves displayed professional calm, reflecting confidence in both their mercenary detail and his own substantial experience with route hazards and complications. His weather-worn features suggested someone approximately 50 years old, though precise age determination remained challenging in post-war environments, where radiation exposure and survival hardship often accelerated apparent aging processes. The junction ahead has reasonable shelter configuration if weather becomes concerned, he noted to Reynolds during routine coordination exchange. Natural rock formation provides good windbreak, though limited overhead coverage if precipitation becomes substantial. We've used it successfully during previous transits when conditions shifted unexpectedly. This practical knowledge sharing represented the collaborative approach that made escort operations effective beyond merely contracted security provision. Cooperation between experienced traders familiar with specific route characteristics and professional protection personnel with broader tactical expertise. The mountain rangers valued this operational partnership with regular clients, developing mutual trust that enhanced overall mission effectiveness through information exchange rather than rigid role separation. As they approached the junction Reeves had identified, the landscape opened slightly where two ancient mountain paths connected, creating natural rest area approximately 30 meters across, with distinctive rock formations providing partial shelter along the western edge. The relatively flat terrain offered practical space for temporary camp establishment, while maintaining reasonable defensive position through elevated surroundings that prevented approach without detection under normal visibility conditions. Reynolds signaled standard rest protocol as they reached this location, the team transitioning smoothly from travel formation to perimeter security configuration while caravan personnel began efficient camp establishment. This coordinated activity reflected practiced routine rather than requiring explicit direction. The mountain rangers automatically assuming appropriate observation positions, covering potential approach vectors while trading personnel attended Brahmin needs and basic meal preparation. Standard 2-hour rest period, Reynolds confirmed to both his team and Reeves. Security rotation alpha, standard meal cycle, equipment verification before departure. Ortiz, establish elevated observation before taking sustenance. Morris, conduct perimeter verification, focusing on potential shelter locations if weather deteriorates as projected. This structured approach created both operational efficiency and psychological comfort for caravan personnel. The predictable security rhythm allowing necessary rest without anxiety that often accompanied wasteland travel under less professional protection. Unlike mercenary groups that maintained intimidating presence to justify their contracts, the Rangers emphasized professional competence through methodical operation rather than aggressive display, understanding that actual security provision generated more sustainable client relationships than merely perceived threat projection. As these standard protocols proceeded with practiced coordination, Reynolds conducted brief team assessment, observing individual functioning beyond merely operational positioning. This leadership attention represented another distinction between professional security operations and merely technical protection provision, understanding that effective unit performance required awareness of human factors beyond merely tactical positioning or equipment functionality. His assessment revealed subtle tension in their newest team member that warranted attention without immediate concern. Sarah Wells had joined the Mountain Rangers approximately 8 months earlier, after her Minutemen unit disbanded following leadership disagreement regarding territorial expansion priorities. Her integration had progressed professionally, technical skills complementing team capabilities, while her tactical judgment aligned with Rangers' operational philosophy. Yet, occasional hesitation patterns suggested internal adjustment still processing, rather than complete operational integration. The natural transition period experienced personnel required when shifting between organizational frameworks with different fundamental approaches. More immediate attention focused on Daniel Chen, whose normally disciplined demeanor showed uncharacteristic distraction during standard security establishment. While maintaining appropriate tactical positioning, his attention pattern demonstrated subtle irregularity, occasional focus drift, followed by compensatory hypervigilance rather than the steady awareness that characterized his usual operational stance. This behavioral modification registered in Reynolds' leadership assessment as potential concern, requiring monitoring without immediate intervention that might create unnecessary attention or disruption to standard protocols. The rest period proceeded with normal efficiency despite these subtle undercurrents. Camp established with minimal wasted effort. Brahmin attended with appropriate care, ensuring continued travel capability. Nutrition consumed with practical focus on energy maintenance rather than comfort prioritization. Conversation developed naturally among both caravan personnel and security team members, though Reynolds noted Chen's unusual withdrawal from typical information exchange that normally characterized rest period social dynamics. As the designated rest interval approached conclusion, Reynolds initiated standard departure preparation while creating natural opportunity for direct assessment and re-interaction with Chen. Their equipment verification process provided professional context for conversation without creating obvious intervention atmosphere that might generate team uncertainty or unnecessary focus on potential concerns. Daniel, verify water resources for ridge ascent. he directed while conducting his own equipment assessment. The reduction Meyer reported may require consumption adjustment during overnight positioning. Your assessment? This practical inquiry created natural opening for personal observation within professional contexts, allowing Chen opportunity to communicate any significant concerns without direct confrontation that might create defensive response. His reply came after brief consideration, voice maintaining professional tone though with subtle tension underlying normal operational communication. Water sufficient with standard conservation measures, he confirmed, while securing equipment with practiced efficiency. We've managed similar conditions during previous operations without significant impact on team functionality. The response provided technically appropriate assessment, while notably avoiding the personal perspective normally included in their operational exchanges. The absent connection indicating internal preoccupation rather than merely professional focus. Reynolds acknowledged the information without pressing immediate disclosure, understanding that effective leadership required balanced timing between addressing potential concerns and allowing appropriate processing space for experienced team members with established trust relationships. As departure preparations concluded, Morris returned from perimeter verification with environmental update that warranted immediate attention. Weather system approaching more rapidly than initial assessment indicated. Cloud formation and wind pattern shift suggest arrival within approximately 4 hours, rather than original projection. Recommend consideration of alternative route segment to Shelter Ridge, rather than continuing initial approach to Reynolds Pass. This development created legitimate operational decision requirement, Reynolds immediately shifting focus to route assessment while maintaining awareness of potential team dynamics requiring later attention. The suggested alternative: a path veering northeast toward natural cave formation that provided superior weather protection compared to their planned ridge ascent. Represented reasonable adjustment given updated environmental information, though adding approximately 3 hours to their journey timeframe. Assessment confirmed, Reynolds agreed after brief consideration. Shelter Ridge provides superior overnight positioning given approaching weather patterns. Mr. Reeves, how does this modification align with your delivery timeline requirements? The trader considered with the pragmatic evaluation characteristic of experienced caravan operators who understood wasteland realities beyond merely ideal scheduling. Timeline includes standard weather contingency. Shelter Ridge positions us reasonably for continued travel once system passes, without risking Brahman health through exposure. I support the adjustment. This collaborative decision-making represented another aspect of the mountain range's operational approach, incorporating client priorities within security assessment rather than imposing unnecessarily rigid tactical frameworks that ignored commercial consideration. Reynolds communicated the adjustment to team members with clear explanation rather than merely directional instruction, ensuring comprehensive awareness of both immediate implementation requirements and underlying strategic rationale. As the caravan resumed movement along their adjusted route, Reynolds positioned himself near Chen during initial travel segment, creating natural opportunity for direct conversation without obvious separation from standard formation that might create unnecessary team attention. The terrain configuration provided sufficient privacy for measured exchange while maintaining appropriate tactical awareness of their surroundings. The balanced approach that characterized effective field leadership. Something's creating distraction patterns in your normal operational awareness, Reynolds observed after establishing appropriate conversation framework. Not currently compromising security provision, but unusual for your typical focus maintenance. Relevant to mission parameters, or personal processing. This direct but respectfully framed inquiry reflected their established professional relationship, acknowledging both operational concern and personal respect without unnecessary management intervention or privacy violation. Chen considered this approach with evident appreciation for its balanced framework, his response coming after thoughtful reflection rather than defensive reaction. Personal connection to our destination community, he explained, voice lowered though not secretive. My younger brother settled in High Ridge 3 years ago, establishing medical practice after completing training with Diamond City physicians. Haven't had contact for approximately 18 months due to communication disruption after regional raider faction expansion. This disclosure provided important context for observed behavior patterns, legitimate personal concern rather than operational distraction or developing team dynamic issue. Reynolds acknowledged this information with understanding rather than either dismissal or excessive reaction, recognizing the complex intersection between professional responsibilities and personal connections that affected all wasteland operators, regardless of discipline level or experience duration. Appreciate the disclosure, he responded, with genuine regard rather than merely managerial acknowledgement. Personal connections create natural concern, particularly with extended communication absence. Once weather system passes and primary mission parameters achieved, we can arrange appropriate schedule adjustment for verification contact if desired. This balanced approach, addressing legitimate personal consideration while maintaining professional mission focus, exemplified the leadership philosophy that had established the mountain range's reputation among both clients and regional mercenary evaluation. Unlike organizations that demanded complete personal detachment, or those that allowed emotional factors to compromise operational judgment, Reynolds maintained a logical framework that acknowledged human reality without surrendering professional standards to emotional expediency. Chen visibly relaxed at this measured response, his operational focus noticeably improving as they continued along their adjusted route. Appreciated. Was considering request once primary contract fulfilled. Uncertainty regarding reception prevented earlier disclosure during mission planning phase. With this immediate concern addressed through appropriate communication, the team continued their progress toward Shelter Ridge with restored operational cohesion. The weather system's approach became increasingly evident through darkening cloud patterns visible above mountain peaks and strengthening wind gusts that occasionally buffeted their exposed route segments. This environmental deterioration confirmed the wisdom of their route adjustment, though creating increased urgency to reach appropriate shelter before conditions became potentially hazardous for both personnel and cargo. The caravan maintained steady advancement despite these challenging conditions, Brahmin handlers demonstrating skilled animal management that prevented delay while ensuring appropriate care for creatures essential to their transportation capability. The mountain rangers adjusted their security formation to account for changing visibility conditions and increased wind interference with normal sound pattern recognition, maintaining effective protection despite environmental complications that would have significantly degraded less experienced operations. As late afternoon transitioned toward early evening, Shelter Ridge gradually appeared through increasingly limited visibility. A distinctive rock formation extending approximately 60 meters along the eastern slope of their approach route. The natural configuration included several cave openings of varying sizes, created through ancient geological processes rather than human intervention, providing exceptional weather protection compared to standard overnight positioning options available along mountain transit routes. Largest cave entrance typically accommodates standard caravan configuration with reasonable comfort, Reeves noted as they approached final approach vector. Natural chimney effect provides ventilation for cooking fire without smoke accumulation issues. We've utilized this location during several previous weather events, with good results for both personnel and Brahmin. This practical knowledge complemented the Rangers' tactical assessment, creating comprehensive approach planning that addressed both security and comfort considerations appropriate to their current circumstances. Reynolds directed team members to establish advanced security verification before committing the caravan to final approach. Standard protocol, ensuring potential shelter locations hadn't been claimed by either human hostiles or dangerous wildlife during periods between regular transit operations. Ortiz and Maurice establish visual confirmation of primary cave status, he directed with calm efficiency. Standard approach pattern, communication maintenance at 30-second intervals. Wells establish elevated observation covering final approach vector. Chen and I will maintain primary caravan security during assessment phase. The team executed these instructions with practiced coordination, each member understanding both individual responsibility and its relationship to collective security provision. This operational harmony represented years of developed trust and experience sharing, rather than merely technical skill application or rigid hierarchical compliance. Unlike mercenary groups that functioned through intimidation or financial dependency, the mountain rangers operated through mutual respect and shared professional standards that created sustainable operational effectiveness, regardless of specific mission parameters. Primary cave clear, no indication of recent occupation, Ortiz reported after completing thorough assessment with Morris. Interior condition consistent with weather-protected location, minimal debris accumulation since previous documented usage, suitable for overnight positioning with standard security protocols. This verification allowed final approach planning, the caravan moving with increased purpose as rainfall began with sudden intensity characteristic of mountain weather patterns. Reynolds directed efficient camp establishment, prioritizing Brahmin protection and cargo security before personnel comfort considerations. The professional discipline that distinguished genuine security operations from merely self-interested protection facades, common throughout wasteland territories. Within remarkably short time frame, the caravan transformed from vulnerable travel configuration to secured overnight positioning. Brahmin sheltered in cave section, offering appropriate ventilation while providing protection from increasingly severe weather conditions. Cargo arranged for both accessibility and defensive consideration if necessary. Personnel establishing practical comfort arrangements while maintaining appropriate security awareness despite apparent shelter safety. As these activities concluded with practiced efficiency, Reynolds established standard security rotation for overnight positioning. Team members assigned watch responsibilities in balanced pattern, allowing appropriate rest cycles while maintaining comprehensive protection coverage. This structured approach created both operational effectiveness and psychological security for caravan personnel, knowing professional observation continued even during apparent safety periods when less disciplined operations might surrender to comfort prioritization over sustained vigilance. First watch rotation to Wells and Chen, Reynolds designated, after confirming established positioning. Standard 2-hour cycle, communication check at 30-minute intervals. Ortiz, Morris, and I will establish secondary rest position near cave entrance for weather monitoring and immediate response capability if required. With functional security established, The atmosphere within their sheltered position gradually shifted from operational focus to the more measured awareness appropriate for overnight positioning. Caravan personnel prepared evening meal with practiced efficiency, creating simple but nourishing options from trail-appropriate provision. Conversation developed naturally around small cooking fires, their gentle illumination creating pools of warm light against the cave's deeper shadows, while rainfall intensity increased outside their protected location. Sarah Wells established primary watch position near the cave entrance, her attention divided between external approach monitoring and occasional observation of interior activity, with the balanced awareness characteristic of experienced security personnel. Her expression suggested thoughtful consideration beyond merely tactical assessment, though maintaining appropriate vigilance without distraction by internal reflection that might compromise security effectiveness. Reynolds noted this contemplative quality during standard position verification, creating natural conversation opportunity while conducting normal leadership function, rather than obvious intervention that might generate unnecessary attention. Assessment shows excellent position selection, he noted with professional appreciation. Visibility balance optimized for approach observation while maintaining interior awareness, settling into team operational patterns effectively. This observation opened communication space without demanding specific response, allowing Wells to engage according to her comfort level, rather than feeling interrogated, despite their relatively recent working relationship. She acknowledged both the professional assessment and underlying invitation with measured consideration, reflecting the balanced personality that had prompted her initial recruitment, despite organizational transition complications common to personnel shifting between established operational frameworks. Different from Minutemen approach in some ways, she acknowledged after brief consideration. More focused on specific mission parameters rather than general territorial security. Operational efficiency without unnecessary philosophical overlay that sometimes complicated practical decision-making in my previous assignment. This comparison revealed thoughtful assessment rather than merely adjustment compliance, suggesting healthy integration process rather than either reflexive rejection of previous experience or uncritical acceptance of new operational framework. Reynolds valued this balanced perspective in team members, understanding that thoughtful integration of diverse experience ultimately created more robust operational capability than merely standardized training reproduction, regardless of individual background differences. Different organizational purposes create naturally different operational approaches, he noted without unnecessary critique of either methodology. Minutemen fulfill valuable territorial security function, with appropriate community integration focus. Our specialized operation parameters benefit from their broader stabilization efforts, while providing complementary service for specific requirements beyond their general security provision. This nuanced perspective, acknowledging complementary value rather than competitive framework, represented the professional maturity that had established Reynolds' leadership reputation beyond merely tactical effectiveness. Unlike many wasteland operators who defined success through comparative diminishment of alternative approaches, his philosophy emphasized respective value recognition within appropriate operational contexts. The balanced assessment that ultimately created more sustainable regional stability than merely competitive positioning, regardless of tactical effectiveness. Their conversation continued with this thoughtful exchange as rainfall intensified outside their sheltered position, creating natural background rhythm that contrasted dramatically with their protected environment. Wells gradually revealed additional perspective regarding her organizational transition, expressing appreciation for the ranger's balanced approach to security provision without unnecessary ideological overlay that had occasionally complicated her previous assignment, despite its fundamentally valuable territorial stabilization purpose. Protecting people who are genuinely trying to rebuild something meaningful, she noted with evident consideration, without requiring specific philosophical alignment beyond basic decency standards. There's something refreshingly straightforward about that approach. As this exchange concluded, with mutual professional respect further established, Chen returned from perimeter verification with standard report, indicating continued security, without immediate concerns despite deteriorating weather conditions. Reynolds noted improved operational focus compared to earlier distraction patterns, confirming appropriate address of personal concern without requiring further immediate attention beyond standard leadership awareness. When Morris approached for scheduled watch rotation discussion, however, his expression suggested developing consideration, requiring leadership attention beyond merely technical security arrangement. After providing standard environmental update regarding weather pattern development and projected duration, he indicated interest in private conversation through subtle communication protocols established within team operational framework. Reynolds created appropriate discussion opportunity without obvious separation that might generate unnecessary attention or concern among other team members or caravan personnel. Their movement towards secondary cave section for detailed weather assessment provided natural context for conversation requiring privacy without creating apparent secrecy that might undermine team cohesion or generate client uncertainty regarding security provision continuity. Once established in appropriately private location while maintaining operational awareness, Morris presented his concern with the direct communication characteristic of their established professional relationship. Overheard concerning conversation between two caravan assistants during meal preparation, he explained, without unnecessary elaborations, discussing potential high-value cargo undisclosed during contract negotiation, specialized technical components, rather than merely medical supplies as officially documented, as information represented potential operational complication rather than merely administrative concern. Undisclosed high-value cargo, potentially creating targeted threat profile beyond standard route hazards, considered during mission planning and resource allocation. Reynolds received this intelligence with measured consideration rather than immediate alarm reaction, evaluating potential implications through comprehensive assessment rather than merely reactive response. Verification approach, he inquired, respecting Morris's information-gathering methodology while seeking assessment foundation before determining appropriate response requirements. Observed secured container handling protocols exceeding standard medical supply requirements, Morris confirmed, providing behavioral evidence beyond merely overheard conversation. Weight distribution and security focusing patterns inconsistent with documented manifest. Handler anxiety indicators when specialized container referenced directly. These observations provided substantial verification basis beyond merely speculative concern, representing legitimate operational intelligence warranting leadership consideration without creating unnecessary confrontation before comprehensive assessment completion. Reynolds processed this information with the balanced evaluation that characterized his leadership approach, neither dismissing potential security implications nor escalating prematurely before appropriate verification and contextual understanding established. Appreciate the information with appropriate acquisition methodology, he acknowledged, recognizing both the intelligence value and professional approach to obtaining potentially sensitive information without creating unnecessary tension or compromising team-Cloby relationship prematurely. Will establish verification approach that maintains operational relationship while addressing potential security modification requirements if assessment confirms undisclosed value risk profile change. This measured response represented the professional maturity that distinguished effective field leadership from merely technical security provision or reflexive authority assertion. Regardless of operational complexity, Reynolds understood that wasteland commerce often involved complicated disclosure calculations based on legitimate concerns regarding information security and potential interception targeting, requiring balanced assessment rather than merely contractual enforcement, regardless of contextual considerations. As they concluded this exchange and prepared to return to main operational area, unexpected sound from the cave entrance captured immediate attention. The distinctive pattern of someone arriving through increasingly severe weather conditions rather than merely environmental effects on surrounding terrain. Both experienced operators immediately transitioned to security response positioning without requiring explicit communication. Their established operational harmony allowing synchronized reaction without unnecessary verbal exchange that might alert potential hostiles to their awareness or specific positioning. Wells had already established appropriate challenge protocol when Reynolds and Morris returned to primary visibility position, her professional communication maintaining balanced authority without unnecessary aggression that might escalate potential misunderstanding into actual confrontation. Identify yourself and state purpose, she directed toward the cave entrance, where a rain-drenched figure had appeared, with hands maintained in visible, non-threatening position. Marcus Henderson, the figure responded, voice carrying the distinctive weariness of someone who had traveled substantial distance through challenging conditions. Independent courier with priority message for High Ridge settlement, was attempting to reach Reynolds Pass when weather forced route adjustment toward known shelter locations. No hostile intent, just seeking temporary weather protection before continuing journey once conditions permit. This interaction represented common wasteland encounter during severe weather conditions, when even experienced travelers occasionally required shelter deviation from planned routes. When environmental conditions exceeded reasonable safety parameters, Reynolds maintained appropriate security positioning while evaluating both the explanation of plausibility and potential threat assessment based on observable factors beyond merely verbal declaration. The courier's appearance aligned with stated independent status rather than faction affiliation or raider deception attempt. Equipment showing the balanced preparation characteristic of experienced wasteland messengers rather than either military uniformity or raider opportunism. His weathered features suggested someone approximately 35 years old, with the distinctive environmental exposure patterns common to those who spent substantial time traveling between established settlements, rather than maintaining primarily fixed location residency. Standard visitor protocols apply, Reynolds determined after completing initial assessment. Weapons secured during shelter occupancy returned upon departure. Position maintenance within designated visitor area. Standard supply access available at reasonable exchange rates if required. These established parameters represented balanced approach between humanitarian consideration and appropriate security maintenance, providing necessary shelter during potentially dangerous weather conditions, while maintaining clear operational boundaries appropriate to unexpected visitor management. During contracted security provision, the courier accepted these conditions without objection or negotiation attempt, his relief at finding shelter evidently outweighing any potential complaint regarding standard security requirements that experienced wasteland travelers recognized as reasonable precaution rather than unnecessary restriction. As team members implemented these visitor management protocols with practiced efficiency, Chen approached Reynolds with measured concern requiring leadership attention. Courier destination creates potential information opportunity regarding High Ridge current status, he noted. Personal connection previously disclosed now intersecting with operational development. Request permission for limited inquiry regarding settlement conditions while respecting operational security parameters. This request demonstrated both appropriate protocol adherence, seeking leadership approval rather than independent action potentially affecting operational security, and legitimate personal concern balanced against professional responsibility, without compromising either consideration through unilateral prioritization. Reynolds acknowledged this balanced approach with professional respect, approving limited information exchange within appropriate operational boundaries. Authorized within standard parameters, he confirmed. Basic status inquiry, without specific personal identification or relationship disclosure that might create unnecessary complication or potential exploitation opportunity if courier represents other than stated purpose. The developing situation represented the complex intersection between professional operation and human reality that characterized genuine field leadership beyond merely technical security provision or rigid protocol enforcement, regardless of contextual nuance. As the mountain rangers maintained their protective vigilance through the storm's intensity, these human elements remained carefully balanced against operational requirements. The sustainable approach that had established their reputation as not merely effective mercenaries, but genuinely professional security operators, worthy of the title Wasteland's finest, among those who understood the difference between merely armed escorts and truly reliable protection partners navigating the Commonwealth's dangerous territories. While the mountain rangers waited out the storm in their mountain cave, the wasteland beyond continued its endless cycle of challenge and renewal. Communities rebuilt from destruction, traders connected isolated settlements, and individuals sought meaning amid the ruins of the old world. Though our stories end for tonight, countless others wait to be told across the Fallout universe. Tales of quiet heroism, unexpected kindness, and the determined hope that flourishes even in the most unforgiving environments. As you drift towards sleep, may you carry with you the gentle reminder that even in the wasteland, moments of peace and understanding can be found amid the ruins of what once was. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault Dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.